second time in one of the patchwork techniques. Here that same bag is made in string piecing, and then I worked with a fashion illustrator, quite high fashion illustrator actually, it was all very eyebrow, to produce these fashion paintings, if you like, of the other three options. So this is how the bag might look with improv, with borrow, with hexie, because I wanted you to be able to physically see 100 bags. There are purses, there are totes, there are pouches, there are craft bags. The bindle bag is one of my absolute favourites. This is the bindle bag made in borrow. Deputy Joan absolutely surpassed herself with her work, just sensational. Make it hexie, make it improv, make it string, or you could just make it with just fabric. But it doesn't have to look dull, it doesn't have to look basic. It can look fabulous, done in a solid colour, in a really beautiful print. It's all about making it your way. You get all the techniques, all of the how-tos. If you're a total beginner, you can use this book. If you're a really advanced bag maker, you'll get so much out of this book. If you're a patchworker, a quilter, or if you've never done any of those things before, again, you'll learn so much. Have ordered Stuart's book. I can't wait to get it. This is from Marie-Louise. Thank you. That's so kind. And as well, the book should be £22. Now, at £22, that means you're paying 22 pence per bag. We've reduced the price to £19.99 as a special launch. If you bought it from me from Festival of Quilts, I charged you a penny more at the show. You're getting a penny off today, but £2 and a penny off for everyone buying it. Now, it's not available anywhere else right now. It isn't published until the middle of September, and so if you buy it anywhere else, you'll have to wait until then to get it. This is the only place you can get your copy right now. It's not available on my website. You can't get this book from me. Also, Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to celebrate my 4-year anniversary here at Sewing Street. We're having a really special weekend of celebrations on the 30th and 31st of August. I've got the most incredible guests joining me. I've got super deals on Brother Sewing machines each day. I'm going to be launching my brand new book, Make 100 Bags, on the 30th, and I'm going to be launching my brand new pattern, We Love Quilting Volume 2, on the 31st. It's going to be super, but it won't be anything without you. So please make sure you join me on the 30th and 31st of August to celebrate my 4-year anniversary here on Sewing Street. Good morning, my lovely friends. How are you? Welcome to Sunday's Sewing Street and day 2 of my anniversary weekend. We have got a brand new shop to win, and it's a good one. It's a good one. You're going to win a Brother RL 425 sewing machine. A whole sewing machine. Thank you, Michael. Yes, a whole sewing machine, not a sharing one. All yours. Now, every single item that you buy today qualifies you with another entry into the prize draw. So if you buy 3 different things, whether you check out together or apart, each individual item is another ticket into the prize draw. So what a fantastic prize. Absolutely brilliant. Every time you buy an item. And we have got some fantastic things on today's show. But let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Now, our early bird, something for everybody, I think. It's a set of 4 friction pens. These are the ones with the tops and the rubber on the end, Black, blue, green and red, if you're watching in black and white. Do you remember watching snooker in black and white? But after a while, you actually could see the colour of the balls. I'm not kidding. Anyway, $9.99 is the regular price. Everyone's looking at me. Black and white television. They're all about 25 here. Now, should be $15.96. We're at £2.49 per pen. Let's do a price comparison with ourselves. If you were to buy on our website, one red friction pen, $3.99. $9.99 today. Absolutely fantastic. That's for 4. £2.50 per pen. Amazing deal. Did we actually do the price crash? Did I just miss it? You just did it. Yeah, straight in with it. $9.99. Absolutely fantastic. I think I was probably talking about snooker, wasn't I? Morning to Yvette. She says, good morning from a grey France, but I know it will be bright watching you. My darling, I've brought all the brightness with me. Hilary says, morning, Stu. Happy 4th anniversary. Thank you, my love. Anne says, morning, lovely, Stu. Thank you, darling. Steph says, morning, Stu. If you were Mr. Ben, what character would you be? Oh, the chef. The chef, I think. But if I wanted to be something different, maybe the knight. Morning, lovely Stuart. Happy 4th anniversary, says Susan in Shropshire. Love the new look. How much more handsome can you get? Looking forward to the show. Love, Susie. Susie? I didn't pay Susie anything. Look at the new headshot, though. I do like that. And that was after a morning's work. I thought, oh, I'll look grotty. I'll look all, tired and the magic of television. But thank you, Susie. Is it a new look? Is it the short? I don't know. Have I got a little bit shorter head? I've lost some weight. I have lost some weight, so I'm hoping to keep that up. But thank you very much. It's lovely. Fab shirt and beautiful quilt. Thank you, Steph. Sandra says, good morning, lovely Stuart from gloriously sunny Glasgow. Love from me and Riggy the kitten. Hello. Now, our early bird today is a set of 4 friction pens, red, green, blue and black. It's the pull-off tops. Absolutely brilliant for quilt marking your half square and quarter square triangles, flippy corners. Great for quilting as well. Always test them on the fabric you're going to be using them on. Make sure that they come out beautifully for you. But terrific thing to use, great to have in your stash. Morning, Stuart and team. Lovely to see you back. Thanks, Michelle. Let's say a quick hello to the team. In the gallery, we have got Hannah, thank you, and Dan, directing, hello, and the lovely Becky on cameras, and Michael on floor. Hey. We're mob-handed today. We are mob-handed. Right, okay, keep going through for your early bird, those that set of 4 friction pens. Now, we have got an absolutely stonking day for you. Absolutely wonderful day. Let's check out the menu and see what's coming up. Right, first off, it is the launch. It's not We Love Scrappy Quilting. We've been through this. We Love Quilting Volume 2, and this time it's the turn of Log Cabin Quilts. At 9 o'clock, Jenny Jackson is here with her Tile of the Month. At 10 o'clock, we love Kaffe Fassett, we do. At 11, foundation paper-pieced vase quilt with Jenny Jackson. It's absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. All foundation pieced. I love it. Great chance to show off big prints. And then at 12 o'clock, I've got amazing deals on Brother sewing machines, including, let me just say, I have got 2 VQ4s left. We had it on yesterday, and yes, we're going to match the price, and yes, you're going to get £142 of extra freebies just because it's my anniversary weekend. Now, let's talk about my new launch, my brand new We Love Quilting Volume 2. This is a mega pattern, and actually it's even more packed than the first instalment, We Love Scrappy Quilting, because this is all about log cabins, and I thought, let's really go to town. So what you've got in the pattern is this quilt that's hanging behind me. We'll put the graphics It's already flying out. So for £11.99, you get all these patterns. So the first one is, now this is not classic log cabin. I know you're thinking that it is, but it's actually Manx. Liz from Derbyshire says, I've bought part 2 just so I can sit back and watch the show. Enjoy, relax, this is all for you. This is Manx log cabin. So this is all folded strips of fabric. It is such a fun technique. I'll tell you more about it when I get to the pattern. But so you get full instructions for how to do Manx log cabin quilting. So that's one of the patterns. Second, you've got this right here. This one is curvy log cabin. This is thick and thin logs. So thin logs in the dark, thick logs in the light, and it creates these gentle undulating curves. It's such a gorgeous pattern, and if you love those fabrics, I've got those fabrics too. So you've got Manx log cabin, you've got curvy, thick and thin log cabin. Then, moving back over to the original desk, right here, you have got a modern take on pineapple log cabin. So pineapple log cabin, it was a continuation. You don't need special rulers. It is not foundation pieced. There is no paper foundation piecing. This is easy strips, squares. You'll love it. And it looks so fresh. But then also, that's your 3 big patterns in one. But I thought to myself, you know what? You've got to have the It's £11.99, I know. It's £11.99. You're still getting all of that. It's not individual patterns. You get them all. But I thought to myself, when I'd done the 3 quilts, I thought, actually, you've got to have the classic log cabin block in there as well, haven't you? So actually, when we go into the pattern, and I'm going to bypass all of this, first of all, you actually get instructions for how to make a classic log cabin block. It's jelly roll friendly. I thought I'd also make it jelly roll friendly. And then, once you've gone through all of that, you get 8 different ways to set 16 blocks. So this was an extra. This wasn't even supposed to be part of the pattern, but I thought I can't do a log cabin pattern without including classic log cabin with a jelly roll and 8 different ways to set it. But then you've got your curved log cabin, thick and thin, full instructions, full construction. You've got your fresh pineapple quilt, full instructions. Then you've got your Manx log cabin, full instructions on how to do that. You've also got notes on how to classically quilt a log cabin, but more than that. So Manx log cabins were not traditionally quilted. They were they're folded fabric, and they were done on a piece of base fabric. So those multiple layers of fabric were enough. It's too thick to quilt, so it's actually a coverlet. So there's no wadding inside. And what I did, I'm just going to run across to the other, come with me, back to the William Morris. I did this all in William Morris. This was all scraps, actually. This was all scraps. And what I decided was, well, okay, so if I'm going to make a coverlet, why don't I include in the instructions how to tie a quilt or coverlet and how to button a quilt or coverlet? So if you have a look, you'll see that this quilt has got buttons sewn at strategic points all over the quilt. Now, I have actually done just stitch quilting through the centre just to stabilise the whole thing. It is on a backing, okay? So I haven't done joining the blocks together as you go. I put the whole thing together and then I've buttoned it. I've also included in the instructions how to tie a quilt. Now, as a coverlet, there's no wadding, but it's still really cosy and quite heavy, actually. But with a quilt, you can also tie a traditional quilt, so with wadding and backing. And log cabins, when they were first made, were foundation pieced. They were sewn to a foundation of muslin, usually, and they were stitched with a running stitch by hand and flipped and stitched and flipped onto a fabric foundation. And the reason why it was done like that, rather than the usual just regular running stitch method of sewing, sort of English piecing, not English paper piecing, but English piecing. The reason why it was done like that was because when log cabins originated, the kind of fabrics that were being used were velvets, satins, silks. They were not cotton fabrics. And so these kind of slippery, stretchy, awkward fabrics, we all know, are difficult to work with. So foundation piecing them, great. So early log cabins were foundation pieced, and with that extra foundation, they were too thick to hand quilt. So pretty much all early log cabin quilts were tied or held together with buttons or just, wool or yarn or thread to create these little ties. Linda from East Sussex says, love Manx quilting. I'm a fan of hand sewing. That's from Linda. You can hand sew this. I've machine sewn this, but you can absolutely hand sew it. So that's just one of the instructions, Manx log cabin. Susan says, congratulations and happy anniversary, Stuart. I tried messaging yesterday, but I got your fab book and I got volume 2 of the pattern today. I'm collecting them. Thank you, Susan. Sorry about yesterday. We had so many messages, but I really appreciate you messaging again today. If you're trying to check out your basket, by the way, the best thing you can do is use the web or the app. The phone lines are really, really busy. If you're going to do it by the web, this is how you do it. Go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, and then when you get through to the live page, you'll be able to order, you'll be able to pay. Easy peasy. And you're in control of checkout. Now, and back to this one. This is the pineapple log cabin, a fresh take, because pineapple log cabin, again, traditionally would be foundation pieced. Even the early ones. Foundation piecing is nothing new. It has been around for a very long time, and it would have been hand-sewn strips to a foundation of calico. But this is a modern, fast, easy, totally beginner-friendly method. I've done it here with lovely, fresh, modern Tula Pink True Colours fabrics. This would work beautifully in solids, batiks, but equally, can you imagine that done in something like French General or Three Sisters, something really traditional? Totally scrappy friendly as well. Mix and match your scraps to your heart's content. Linda from Hampshire says, good morning, Stuart and team. I love your patterns. I bought part 1 and 2. Fantastic value for money. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's best to check out on the web. It's the fastest way. Our call centre is open and they're cracking on, but the fastest way is still on the web, please, if you don't mind. Right, let's have a little closer look at the pattern. So I'm fascinated by quilt history, and one of the things that's really important in my We Love Quilting, because this is a kind of, I want it to be almost sort of encyclopedic in the way you can build it over a period of time. So we'll always look at a different style or pattern or genre, and starts with a bit of history, which I think is really fun, cool history. And I learned ever such a lot researching this, because first thing, I thought this was fascinating. I assumed that log cabin was like almost the earliest American patchwork quilt block, you know, because it's log cabin, and I imagined these early settlers, you know, we're building a log cabin, and while we're doing that, I'm using scraps of fabric and I'm creating a quilt in the same style as the house we're building to keep us warm at night. Not true. Not true. During the American Civil War, there was this kind of harking back to earlier time. We often do it, don't we? Especially when times are tough or there are challenges, we get nostalgic. We think about the past and we look for something good from the past to make us feel cozy. And that's what they did in America. They looked to the past and they created the log cabin block to celebrate the early settlers, which I thought was an interesting thing. Another thing I found out, the centre of a log cabin traditionally red, right? Not red, not red. Traditionally black. The earliest log cabin centre squares were usually black, and actually black velvet. I mentioned earlier on the early ones were made with foundation piecing and things like dress fabrics, satin, silk, velvet. And they're sort of around the same time as the crazy patchwork in Britain when they were using lots of velvets. Really interesting hearing the history of the blocks and sharing your knowledge, Stuart. Beautiful quilts, great weekend show. Thanks, Maria. Oh, thank you. I love the history of quilting, and and I've included all of that in the instructions. These days, you can put whatever colour centre in your log cabin that you like, can't you? We can do our own thing. But red still looks gorgeous, and I did red in the Manx. But I did purple in the curvy, and this one hanging behind me actually isn't black. I know it looks black, but it's actually Midnight, which is our cotton solid, the darkest navy that we do. It's called Midnight, and I think you can just about see that, can't you? And that just works really beautifully. It's a great one to use with scraps because it highlights all of the gorgeous colours and really makes them pop. So there's lots of history in there. Then I talk about the design possibilities of using log cabin blocks, because in a way when you look at a log cabin, it looks like a half square triangle. So whatever you can do with a half square triangle, you can do with a log cabin. If you have a look at the Manx log cabin for a second, I was inspired by, obviously, an Ohio star in the centre, and then the traditional barn raising around it. Really fun to see those patterns. You know, it's the kind of thing, you see it, when you see it, you can't not see it. But you may not necessarily notice the star straight away. Flo says, is volume 2 sold out? It's not on the web page. It's on the web page. Can we go to the web and just show where it is? There we go. It's the main graphic. So when you... Yeah, don't look further down, Flo. If you go on to watch live and literally it's on screen and it's right next to it. I get confused sometimes when I look on the web too. There we go. Right. Okay, let's dive in a bit more. I also talk about value. And value is the relative lightness or darkness of fabric. That's an important skill to learn whatever kind of quilting you're doing, whether it's log cabin or any other kind. And value is something that we use an awful lot in quilt design. And it's really, really useful if you're doing scrap quilting. And of course, all of these quilts are scrap classics as well. You could make them with a range or you can go scrappy. But understanding the value, the lightness and darkness is really important. So I've put some tips in there as well. Now, this next page is before we start to make a block, some really, really important advice. Things like pinning your strips as you go. For example, I've just got here the start of a classic log cabin block. Okay. So the way log cabins are constructed is that you have a centre square. Okay, and in this case, it's not one of the traditional colours. I'm using blue because it goes nicely with everything else. I'm using a jelly roll here because the classic log cabin block in your pattern, one of 4 patterns, remember, is using jelly roll strips. And one of my top tips is to trim your logs to size before you sew them, mathematical size. Next tip is that when you're working, pin at the start and finish. Now, I know we're all going to look at this and think, oh, come on, Stu, when I'm sewing that, I can just hold that and sew it. If you get the fundamental right from the very beginning, you'll be successful. Becky's coming along with pins. You're a darling. Thank you. Thank you. look at this, beautifully arranged. Somebody got bored, didn't they? Someone got bored. I'm going to use blue pins. So you want to pin, and this is true of all patchwork. You want to pin at the start, and you want to pin at the end. I always do that first. And then if there are any match points, then I'll also pin those. But right here, I'm going to pin in the centre as well. Now, I know that might seem like overkill, but when we've sewn that seam and flipped it back, we want this edge here and this edge here to be absolutely perfect and in line with the square. Because when we sew this next patch on, it's got to fit perfectly. And if you pin it and sew it accurately, that's exactly what will happen. If you don't pin, we all know this, our feed dogs and our presser foot will push this top fabric along, and it will end up, it might be matched here, but it will end up with a little overhang like that. And what a lot of people do will say, well, just trim that off. I say, avoid trimming. Don't trim. Because the minute you trim, this was cut to the correct length. The minute I trim it, it's not the right length anymore, which means that side of the block is not the right length anymore. And so nothing's going to fit, nothing's going to stay square. But the way its log cabin is put together is working around in rounds rather than sides. And so you start, I've started with the light side. You can start with the dark side if you prefer, but there are consequences, I'll explain. Then we add, this is our first round, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4. We always repeat the same sequence. So shortest first, longest last. And I've put an extra little tip in the pattern which says the length of the last log that you add defines the overall size of your block to that point. So if you're adding a 12.5-inch strip, your whole block should measure 12.5 inches square. So at every round, 1, 2, 3, measure your block. Make sure it's the correct size. If it's the correct size, continue. If it's not, unpick. Have another go. Change your seam allowance. Don't just carry on, and don't trim. All right. Once we've done all of that, and I recommend that you start by piecing a classic log cabin block. This is a nice big block. It finishes at 16 inches square, which means that for just 16 blocks, you can make this large quilt. Now, 76 inches square from 16 blocks. Really, really cool. I've given you your border measurements as well. Now, I'm going to go through more of the pattern in a short while, but I want to give you a chance to check out your baskets. It's brand new today, volume 2 of my We Love Quilting series. Keep checking out your baskets. Lots and lots of you with it in your basket. You need to do something on Civil War quilts? Yes, definitely. Morning, Stuart. I've just wanted to say how genuine you are in your approach to this show and teaching the techniques. Thanks for all you do, Janet. Oh, thank you, Janet. I genuinely really appreciate that. I sometimes wonder if I'm just a bit of a boring old teacher. I love the history and the lives that have gone into our craft. It's so alive, isn't it? And I think the past is so alive in quilting because we're still doing the things that have been done for hundreds, thousands of years. I just find it very exciting. I'm glad you do too. Well done if you've checked out your baskets. It's a busy morning. Now, let's talk fabric. The pink and purple quilt, the curvy log cabin made with thick and thin, I used a beautiful new fabric range from Moda. which is sort of like Moda Essentials. It's Three Sisters, but it's taking a colour palette and giving you all these beautiful different prints, lights, mediums and darks. There's a purple colourway and pinks, which I used in that quilt. There's also a green colourway. I've got them right here. We have got one big, I feel like a croupier. I'm going to... Can you imagine if I could actually do it? I've got one huge mega bundle that has the green range and the purple and pinks range all together. Now the full price should be £377.58. Now that is 42 fabrics, 21 metres in total. So this is like having your own Moda shop, okay? And there's a crash. It's a big one too, because you're getting 3.5 metres of fabric for free. Now just have a look at this palette. That makes my heart leap and my mouth go a little bit dry, because that's so beautiful, and that's all the things I love doing with fabric, putting it into kind of lights, mediums, darks and colours, and aren't they delicious? Berries, plums, you're saving over £30 there. You're getting 3.5 metres. Oh, that must be way over £30 for 3.5 metres. Is it? Okay, so this fabric's really well priced then per metre. That's awesome. They are beautiful. Let me show you some of them. I'll give you a little flick through. I'm going to start with the pinks and purples. But look, you've got these sort of ditzy, tonal. Love that colour. And I used all of these in my thick and thin, curvy log cabin. The lights, the mediums, the darks. I split the lightest shades out and used them for the light part of the log cabin. Isn't that lovely with the sort of feathery, beautiful? I love the polka dots. Use that for the centre of each of the blocks and the cornerstones. I did mix in a few of my own creams just to add a little extra to the centre. Aren't these beautiful? This print, stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got all of those beautiful pinks, purples. And then in the green, I think you've actually got one more in the green. Have a look at these. So really, every kind of eventuality is catered for. Well done if you check it out your baskets, by the way. Look at that print with the green. Isn't it stunning? And this one, love it. The polka dots are just delicious. And they have a lovely kind of mottled background. So it's soft, it's gentle. Now you could do something very traditional with these. You could do something quite fresh and modern. I think the fresh pineapple would look amazing done in pinks, purples and greens. That actually was an option in my head. Absolutely beautiful. So you are getting all of those 42 fabrics in one mega bundle. But remember, 3.5 metres for free. 3.5 metres for free. Absolutely splendid. Can you imagine going into a shop and being offered a brand new range of fabric with 3.5 metres for free? Karen says, I've never seen a Three Sisters collection that I didn't like. Always, same here. Always beautiful designs and colours. It's like Tilda, Three Sisters and Tilda. Yeah, I don't care. Yes, I'd love to make a quilt with it. So easy. Always consistent. Absolutely beautiful. Can I let you into a secret? I don't know if it is a secret, but the Three Sisters aren't Three Sisters. They're the three companies that make up Moda. Oh. Right, should we do the pinks and purples? So you can get these fabrics in a bundle on their own. You're still going to make a saving. It's not as much as the really big bundle, but still. This is the lavender. It's called lavender, the whole range, and you can see why. called Vintage Linens. They're 100% cotton. None of them have a linen texture to them, but it's almost like bed linens. 188.79. Nope, you're saving £1.5 meters off the price. 161.82. Now this is what I used for my curvy thick and thin log cabin. And as I say, I did add a few extra creams and tans for the light part of the quilt. You'll be able to see them as you go. There's that little sort of paisley. That was another Three Sisters fabric. So I'd got a few other moders that I mixed in. But you can see I used the light lavenders and light pinks in those light parts of the block. And they just work beautifully. But look at this gorgeous range. It's absolutely stunning. You get all those different shades of plum and berry and purple and pink. And just so usable, absolutely delightful. And on their own, together, perfect. Mix and match with other fabrics, just going to be absolutely delightful. Kirsty says, morning Stuart, watching you from our hotel, relaxing after our wedding anniversary spent in London yesterday. 28 years, where is the time gone? Well, a big happy anniversary to you. That's lovely. I know, 28 years. Where does the time? It flies by, doesn't it? When you're having fun. When you're having fun. This is gorgeous. Loads of you with this in your basket. Brambles, plum, berries. Absolutely delicious. I'm going to pop that to one side. That palette is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, I really had a tough decision when I made the thick and thin log cabin, because I could very easily have used the greens instead in exactly the same way, but I was very tempted to combine both together. The Manx would have been beautiful done in this too, wouldn't it? I'm going to sort of separate these out this time just to show you the sort of different tones that you've got. Let's get the crash in straight away. You're saving £1.5 meters, a whole £1.5 meters for free. Look at these gorgeous light tones. These are your lighter greens. And I love the fact that you've got a variety of different greens. It's not the same green, just a lighter. I mean, isn't that just beautiful, soft, zesty? It's a fantastic opportunity, actually, to get lots of greens, because if you want to do things like a plique, you know, so important. Look at these. And these are sophisticated, classy, grown-up greens, can I say? Grown-up greens. They're classy and sophisticated. I mean, look at that as a palette to work with. Absolutely delicious. I am just going to have to move those. Where? I think here. I'm going to pop them here. There we go. See, I've messed up my lovely fan now, but never mind. There. Oh, just gorgeous. Just gorgeous. You get 10.5 meters here. 21 beautiful fabrics. So usable. Just be aware, very busy today. Lots of these in baskets, lots of them already checked out. If you want to get these Moda vintage linens in meadow greens, this is your time. Wow, that is a gorgeous palette. Now, let's talk about my brand new pattern release. It is the official release date, well done if you've already got it, of We Love Quilting, Volume 2, Log Cabin Quilts. Now, remember, normally on Sewing Street, one pattern, £9.99. So, curvy log cabin, one pattern, £9.99. But you know that's not what I do. I like to give you as much value as I possibly can. So the curvy thick and thin log cabin is one pattern within your volume. If we could just have a quick look at that again. So you can see those gentle Now, you're not sewing curves. It's an illusion brought about by using thick and thin. And I've kept it quite subtle. The difference between the thick and the thin logs isn't huge, but it makes enough difference that you get these gentle undulating curves rather than this straight, bold line. And if you really want to increase the look of that curve, then use very strongly opposing fabrics. So very light and very dark together will give a really clear and obvious curve. So that's one of your patterns. That quilt, by the way, is 60 inches square, so a really good size for a lap, a bed. This isn't one pattern as well, by the way. This isn't one pattern with 4 different variations. These are 4 totally different patterns, complete with construction methods and cutting methods. It isn't just this is what you need for one block. I take you through the whole thing, okay, so you can make the quilt. I want you to make all of these quilts. That's the challenge. So the curved log cabin quilt is 1. Okay, that's the first full pattern. The second full pattern is the fresh pineapple. This is hanging behind me. And this, I've chosen to do this in fresh modern fabrics. I've used Tula Pink True Colours. It would look great in Scrappy. It would look amazing done in the Three Sisters greens or plums and purples or a mixture or a total mixture of your scraps. You could use light fabrics where I've used the colours, creams, tans, whites, and then you could use really rich autumny shades, rusts, browns, oranges, or just one colour for your background, a chocolate brown, a deep rust, a dark green, navy, any of those colours. Cobalt blue, that would be beautiful. So mix it up. So that's the second full pattern. That quilt is 61.5 inches by 75 inches, so a really good bed quilt. Your third quilt, now this is a totally different construction method. It almost doesn't feel like log cabin quilting. Now I've gone slightly away. I talk about the history of Manx quilting and the traditional method of Manx quilting, but actually for the purposes of this quilt, it's rotary cut foundation, so a particular size, not using your hand. Okay, traditionally in Manx quilting, you'd use your hand span to determine. But the thing is, if I put my hand span and I really stretch it, it's that. If my next block I don't stretch quite so far, it's going to be a bit smaller. How are you going to sew those two together? Unless you measure and trim them. So at some point you've got to square them up. So I thought we won't do that. We'll just start with a rotary cut foundation that is true and we'll stick to it. And because it's a kind of foundation piecing, it's accurate, super accurate, almost without trying. And so addictive. So addictive. Lynn from Jersey. Oh, hello, Lynn. She says, morning, Stuart, looking fabulous. Thank you. Pattern ordered. It will now be a race between quilts or bags. Thank you so much, Lynn. Ah, Lynn, I know. I'm torn. You could do log cabin bags. Now, remember, if you bought the bag book yesterday, you were entered into our prize draw. Someone won over £350 worth of prizes yesterday. That will be announced on Monday. But today we've got a different shop to win. Every single individual purchase gets you another entry into today's prize draw. So if you bought something yesterday, you're not in today's prize draw unless you buy something today. That gets you entry into the prize draw. Every single item you buy is another entry into the prize draw to win the Brother sewing machine. Amazing. So yeah, you know, you've really got 3 completely different construction methods. Not just 3 different quilts, plus you've got all your history and your tips, your tricks, your knowledge for being successful. But then I thought I cannot do a pattern on log cabins without also teaching you how to make the classic log cabin block. So I thought, okay, well, let's make it jelly roll friendly because that's also lovely, isn't it, to have another pattern that you can use your jelly rolls for. So This is a great place to start. If you're a beginner, if you've never done quilting before, this is a really nice way of doing it. A jelly roll is 2.5-inch pre-cut strips. You can get these from Moda. You can get these from lots of fabric companies do these now. But if you haven't got them, you can cut 2.5-inch strips, of course. But if you're brand new, this is a really good place to start because half the cutting's done for you. But my top tip, it's a bit like adding borders. And I hate saying don't do this, but I am going to say don't do this. And there are methods, there are YouTube videos, there are patterns written about doing this. Personally, well, I'll tell you why. But where you sew a square to a strip, and then you get another square, and you sew, and then you chop, 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 and it's a quick method for making log cabin. As far as I can see, and I've actually tried it, and as experienced and accurate a sewer as I am, I went wrong too, because what happened was I was chopping, and I thought, I'll just see what size my block is. It wasn't even square, let alone the size it was meant to be. Because every time you're adding a strip, this strip gets stretched. You're not pinning anything. It's like sewing a border on like this and chopping off the ends. It looks like it fits, but it doesn't really. So avoid that. My best advice. Anyway, so you make the block, and then I thought, well, as we're talking classic log cabins, I might as well give you a double-page spread of how you could set 16 blocks. Now, of course, if you're doing 36 blocks, as I have in my Manx, that's 36 blocks, 6 by 6. Look at the possibilities now. Now, of course, you could do that with a classic log cabin. You could do that with curvy log cabin. You could do that with thick and thin. Manx, as I have, of course. But you could just make yourself a cushion. Now, I'm just going to point out, I'm going to do that thing. I made a mistake on this. Can you spot it? I'll show you flat where I made the mistake. So I started off, I made this block, lovely. This was my first, and then I made this block, yeah. And then I made these 2 blocks. And do you notice this log is thicker than this one? And these are all the same, and this one's thicker. And that's because I cut the strip wrong. I cut it wider than it was supposed to be. Now, the takeaway, I thought I'll leave it in because the takeaway from this is that the size of the strips does matter, but the difference you're going to get is a thicker or a thinner log. And actually, I think that looks lovely. And I'm more than happy to keep that. And I'd keep the block is the right size. And if you use logs that are wrong widths, your block will still be the same size. So it's quite a forgiving method, very forgiving method. I really got addicted to it. $11.99 is for all of that, all the history and the tips. Now, here's the thing. With my We Love Quilting, I'm going to do one of these volumes every 2 months. So the next one's going to be in October. It's already underway. You're going to love it. So each 2 months, and you'll get lots of new patterns, lots of new skills, tips, tricks, stories, history. One confession, I said there'd be a recipe. I didn't put a recipe. Not this. I'm going to put a recipe on my Facebook this week and Instagram to make up. Sorry. But let's talk Volume 1. So Volume 1 was released 2 months ago. And this is called We Love... It was supposed to be called We Love Quilting. But anyway, We Love Scrap Quilting. It is. We Love Scrap Quilting. Thank you. The 25th of the 5th. May. Gosh, was it May? So it should have been June, July. So it should have been, sorry. I'm late. It should have, oh. So this volume is all about scrap quilting. So you get 3 patterns, 3 full patterns, and I'll show you the patterns first. You get Sticks and Stones, which is easy, beginner-friendly, jelly roll-friendly as well. So it works with pre-cuts. I'm always going to try and include one that includes pre-cuts. The Bold Braid quilt. I like to do something that is a bit modern. So this is like a plait, again, that you can use your scraps for. That was so much fun to make. I had a ball. And then something a little more challenging, but intermediate level. This has been really popular. Lots of people have already made this version. Kate, I know, has made hers. Pauline's made hers. Kate, these patterns are already building into a fab book. Love it. Kate, thank you. But you're making this one, aren't you? You must be getting well on with the top now. Can't wait to see it. I've done blue. You could just easily do multicoloured. Pauline did one which was all different jewel colours. Looks gorgeous. So you get your full instructions for that too. But then at the start of the booklet, you get lots and lots about how to work with colour this time. And also how to make a pieced batting. So you can use your scraps of batting. How to do a pieced backing, and how to piece your binding as well. So you truly can use up your scraps. And again, that is £11.99. So between these 2 volumes, you have got a total of 6 full patterns. This one has an extra pattern in for the classic log cabin, plus 8 different ways to set. And you're learning about colour and using scraps. Sorry, like that. Using scraps, using colour, using value, and also how to work again with scraps, the history of log cabins, the design possibilities of log cabins, and also tips and tricks to get accurate, beautiful results. Morning, Stuart. I'm a bit older, starting quilting. Fab. Welcome to the family. We're so happy to have you. I'm a bit nervous about making a start. I find you easy to understand, so I'm going to make a start. Oh, Jay. Oh, come here. That's really lovely. The gallery are absolutely crying with laughter that anybody could find me interesting. There's a Freudian slip, that anyone could find me easy to understand, but bless you, I appreciate that very much. I say this a lot, you know, life is hard enough, sewing should be fun and easy, right? And I've always been a teacher. My whole life, I've always been a teacher of one sort or another. And the one thing I learned very early on was if you can try and preempt and predict the issues, the questions, the concerns that people are going to have and answer them in the first place, everyone's much happier and can just get on. So that's my approach to writing patterns. I try and think of all the different things that you might go, what am I supposed to do with? And put it in the pattern to hopefully make it as easy and straightforward as I can. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know, I think whenever you come to a craft, you bring so much to everything that you've been, everything that you've done to that point. If you've been a gardener, you know, if you've been a cook, you bring those senses of colour and design to it. I remember writing an article once for a magazine about how you could use like your favourite plate of food to design a colour scheme. And everyone thought it was hilarious. But then when you think about it, like a plate of fish and chips, what do you add to all that golden and all that yellow and brown? You add green mushy peas. It's mushy peas, it's not garden peas, I'm just going to say. And a slice of lemon. So now we've got golds, we've got browns, we've got a little bit of green and a sprinkling of lemon. Now everybody wants fish and chips. You might love blueberry pie. Again, blueberries and the colour of pastry. Blues and tans together. Hello? It's, you know, but you can use your favourite dish. You know, pepperoni pizza, sprinkle of basil. Yeah, first pattern. We Love Scrap Quilting Volume 1. 3 patterns in there, 3 full patterns. Volume 2's got 4. £3.42 per quilt pattern. And that's ignoring the history, that's ignoring the tips, the tricks, the techniques. Yeah, gosh. Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart, my sewing friend. Did you read my message I sent you yesterday? I think I did. Well, did you email? Was it on Facebook or did you email? I'm sure I read a message from you yesterday. There was lots of messages. I really appreciate them. I read them all afterwards. Julie says, Stuart, my favourite. I have all your patterns. You have the best designs and the best teacher ever. Happy anniversary. Hope many more to come. Oh, thank you, Julie. Thank you. I love being able to do this. It's great. What a way to spend a life. Sue from Merseyside says, just to reassure Jane, I've only recently started quilting and you will be fine and love it. It's the joy of making and giving. That? Exactly that, Sue. Exactly that. And, oh my goodness, when I started quilting, the muddled, cobbled together, lumpy, bumpy things that I made, I couldn't have loved them more, couldn't have used them more, and couldn't have been more proud of them. Doesn't matter. Hi, lovely. Just bought your 100 Bags book and both your We Love Quilting books. I'm calling them books now, patterns. You are so inspirational. Love, Sonia. Oh, Sonia, thank you. Thank you. It's really kind. Thank you. I wanted these to be like mini books in themselves. So they stand alone. They stand completely alone. You don't have to collect them over a period of time, but I'm gonna work really hard to make each volume something you'll really want to add to your collection, to build your skills, to build your repertoire. Maybe to try something different. For example, Manx patchwork, you may never have tried, but I'd never tried Manx patchwork before, and I knew that it was log cabin-like, and I thought, let's give it a go and see if it will make the cut. Oh, and I made the first block, and I was just addicted. That was it then. And then I'd got my lovely William Morris scraps from lots and lots of different kits that we've had on air before and I've made. I've got all the scraps. And of course I thought, well, let's do William Morris. So William Morris it was. I purchased volume 2. The first was excellently written. Thank you, Hazel. Look forward to more over the next month. Yes, definitely. I will try for every 2 months. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to start putting recipes in. Volume 2 in the graphics. This is Log Cabins. Morning, Stuart. Loving the show. Second day of my full retirement. Well, listen, forget my anniversary, Sue. This is what it's all about. Here we are for retirement. Oh, yes, retirement for the win. 2 days in. Bring it on. Ah, how lovely. How lovely. Lots more time for quilting. Oh, yes. And I've just taken up golf. Which will win, I wonder? Sue, it better be quilting. I don't know how I feel about you going off on the golf course instead of sewing. No, I haven't. Do you know, I tried once. My friend took me and Charlie to the driving range and I was so bad. Embarrassingly bad. Awful. Oh, Charlie was much better. Now, Charlie is Charles Poulter and he's actually his cousin, few times removed, but it is his cousin, is Ian Poulter, the golfer. Yeah, he's got an American side of the family. He was much better. It's in the genes. It's in the genes. I couldn't even do crazy golf. I tried clay pigeon shooting once, and that was even worse. I actually had the gun taken off me because I was trying to shoot the clays once they'd hit the ground. And they were like, no, you can't do that. And I was like, well, I couldn't hit them when they were up there. I'm thinking that there might be easier. But they said no. Honestly, it's terrible. It's terrible. Oh, I'm not bad at darts. But, you know, I am really bad at sort of hand-eye coordination. It's not my forte. How I make quilts is anyone's guess. It's true. Oh, here's an interesting thing. Abraham Lincoln. Oh, excuse me. Here's an interesting thing. Abraham Lincoln. Right, Abraham Lincoln. One of the reasons why log cabin quilts, I think, became, or may have even got its name from, was Abraham Lincoln. Because when he was campaigning to be president of the US, one of the things he was sort of touted for as, he was called as sort of in the media at the time, was that they called him the log cabin candidate. And the reason why they called him the log cabin candidate was because they wanted to sort of emphasize his kind of traditional grassroots, I was, you know, my family were here at the start kind of thing. I'm a kind of cozy, homely, grassroots kind of person. And they called him the log cabin candidate. And so there is an idea that log cabin block may have got its name via him, which I thought was very interesting. Anyway, that's all in there as well. You get lots of history. You get how to create the sunshine and shadows, how to create the light and the dark look in a log cabin, a traditional log cabin, how to work with value. Joan, Stuart, you are amazing, so inspirational. Thank you, Joan. This isn't Deputy Joan, by the way. I don't know if Joan would say I was amazing. I think she would. I have learned so much from you. Oh, bless your heart. Can the next Sewing Street prize be a quilting class with you, please? Yes. I think that's a really lovely idea, Joan. And why not? Why not? Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. As a shop to win. Me. Now, I would just point out that a friend once made me be a raffle prize it was to come and do some, you know, but it was kind of like it wasn't our community, shall we say. So nobody not voted, what is it? Bid. Nobody bid. And finally someone said, oh, I'll give £10. So literally for £10, and to this day. Anyway, so yes. I think within my community, it would be a very good idea, Joan. Thank you. All of that, 4 patterns. You get your classic jelly roll friendly log cabin. You get 8 different ways to set 16 blocks. This is just to start you off. But I also talk about if you can do it with a half square triangle, you can do it with a log cabin. Okay, so think about your favourite blocks. Hi Stuart, happy anniversary. I've been so looking forward to watching you this morning. You are my quilting hero. Quilts are gorgeous, from Lisa. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. It's so kind of you. I can't believe where the last 4 years have gone. It's flown by in some ways. In other ways, it's really dragged. No, I'm kidding. It hasn't. It's been amazing. And I almost can't believe that it's more fun, more exciting than 4 years ago. So I just think it can only get better. Lots of patterns, all full patterns. Learn how to make a fresh pineapple log cabin, a curvy thick and thin log cabin, a classic jelly roll friendly log cabin, and totally different technique, a Manx log cabin using folded fabric. Plus all your tips. Oh, and I also talk at the end about, I put a little note about quilting log cabins, and I talk about how traditionally log cabins were made. Right. Oh, I didn't realise we've gone over. I just wanted to quickly mention this. I've got 2 VQ4 sewing machines available. They almost completely sold out yesterday. I've got 2 left. Now, the regular price should be $3,641.96. For the anniversary weekend, we're doing 2 special things. We're dropping the price, £2,999. 5 split pays available as well, so a great way to spread the cost. But also, you're getting £142 worth of freebies, Fiskars scissors, a Stripology squared, 10 Brother bobbins with cases, and a full set of Delphine Brooks Aurifil threads. £142 worth. If you missed yesterday's 12 o'clock show and you're interested in the VQ4, watch again, because we had Becky Coles in. She gave the most amazing demo of the machine. It was superb. It is the machine of your dreams. 11¼ inches of throat space and all the whistles and bells, and so user-friendly. Right, there's 2 not checked out. You're still in with a chance. Right, we're going to go to a break, quick break. When we come back, Jenny Jackson is here, so we'll see you after this. Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to celebrate my 4-year anniversary here at Sewing Street. We're having a really special weekend of celebrations on the 30th and 31st of August. I've got the most incredible guests joining me. I've got super deals on Brother Sewing machines each day. I'm going to be launching my brand new book, Make 100 Bags, on the 30th, and I'm going to be launching my brand new pattern, We Love Quilting Volume 2, on the 31st. It's going to be super, but it won't be anything without you, so please make sure you join me on the 30th and 31st of August to celebrate my 4-year anniversary here on Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Oh, enough about me. It's this one. Hi. Hey, it's Jenny Jackson, being her usual fabulous self. Jenny, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on my anniversary weekend.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Wonderful to have you here. It's month 5. It's month 5 of the tiles. Where are these months going to?
I know.
Beautiful.
Still 5 to go after this.
Oh, cool. Halfway point then.
Yep.
It's a bit like Wednesday. We're at the hump. Let's start with month 5 in the sort of traditional blues and golds. Now, if you've already been working on this quilt, you'll know how this works. You get a beautiful pre-printed panel with all of the fabrics you're going to need in generous amounts to create 3 more blocks or tiles that go together. Jenny, your original inspiration for this whole quilt was Portuguese tiles, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. From when I went on holiday, I just fell in love with them and bought all the Portuguese tile-esque things I could.
So gorgeous. The colours are brilliant. You also, within your pack for $29.99, get all your fabrics. You also get all of your pre-cut paper pieces. Now, these are sturdy, almost card-like, aren't they?
They are. They're reusable. So, like I said, you keep... Every month you get leftover fabric, so you could actually make the quilt bigger by reusing them once you've done it.
Brilliant. Or make a scrappy version, or use them for other things. You get all of the paper pieces that you will need to make all 3 blocks, and they're all separated out. Then, and I think this is the really clever bit and the really supportive bit that Jenny's done, because you could so easily have written one set of instructions. This is how to do English paper piecing. This is and a picture of the block.
Yeah.
But Jenny didn't do that. She's done... Every month has its own set of instructions. The templates that you're going to use. You also get the 2 different colourways, because this quilt comes in 2 different colourways. So if you're working with the traditional Portuguese tile colourway, it's this column here. And it works through every step of every block. If you're working on the floral colourway, it's this side. So it's all really clear, and you know exactly what you're doing every month. So very specific instructions each month. The full set of paper pieces, not just templates. You get every piece you need.
Every piece you need.
Every piece you need, which is an absolute gift. Because who wants to start their project by cutting out a gazillion pieces of card or paper?
Not me.
No, we want to get straight
I
to the
can't cut
sewing.
accurate enough.
Right, exactly. So this is all done for you and supplied, and you get this beautiful fabric. So your finished quilt will look exactly like the one that inspired you to make it in the first place. Jenny's hanging right there. Here's your fabric for month 5. Now, just be aware that lots of you are coming in every month for this. So every month more of you are joining, which means that the numbers that we have are more in demand. So if you're collecting the months up, if you're working month by month, if you're going to do it all together at the end, you need to make sure you get month 5 today. Right, that's the Portuguese tiles original colourway. We've also got month 5 in the floral. Tell me about the floral, Jenny.
Oh, the floral's just so pretty. It's just... I just wanted all the colours, but not like a rainbow. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Because I've done so many rainbow quilts. I was like, no, I just still want it bright and pretty, but just not bright.
Yeah, it's totally joyful. It's got a kind of 1930s look almost, like those kind of calicos, feed sacks, the kind of joyful.
Yeah. Country look.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the
And kind of
countryside.
little dresses.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Gorgeous. So, same thing. You get your very specific set of instructions for month 5. Oh, half the stock's gone. Be quick. Be quick. You've also got all of your paper pieces. I love the fact that they're all separated into tile.
Oh, my
30,
dad is a
40.
good one, isn't he?
Is that your dad?
Yeah.
What's your dad's name?
Tim.
Tim. We're proud of you. Proud of you.
And my mum. My mum does help us that.
You've done the work so we don't have to.
Not basically.
And Mum?
Yeah, Mum helps pack them as well.
Mum's name?
Dad, Chris.
Chris. Tim and Chris. Well done. The force behind the power that is Jenny Jackson. And look at these gorgeous fabrics. Like you said, sort of ditzy, pretty, feed sack, little dresses. So cute. Lovely, lovely fabrics. All 100% cotton. But equally, you'll have scraps left over. Why not make a little cushion? Why not make something extra? Or make your quilt bigger?
Well, yeah, because once you've sewn around each side of the shape, you can take the card out to reuse. But also, if you know you're not going to add any more to one edge, like this one here, a bit further, there we go. This one here, you could press that and take those edge pieces out as well. So long as you press it, it's fine. You just don't want to do it prior to, unless you're not adding anything to it.
Sounds perfect. Angela's got in touch to say, morning, Jenny, from your favourite nanny, and happy anniversary, Stuart. That's from Angela.
Oh, she's just the best. Hello. She's not my nanny, but she is a nanny.
Yeah.
She just posts things that she does with her grandkids all
She
the time.
adopted you.
She just looks like the funnest nanny ever.
Oh, adopt me too, please.
Right?
Oh, that's cute. Now, I'll tell you what else is cute. Check this out. This is something new. This is something new out of something that we have seen before.
Yes.
But this is something completely new. Look at this. Oh, look at this. This is the Fold Together Organiser in Portuguese tiles fabric. Because a lot of us have fallen in love with these fabrics, Jenny.
Oh, yeah, they're so popular. This one is non-EPP. There is no English paper piecing. So anyone who's really loved these fabrics but doesn't want to hand sew, then this is a way of getting your hands on the fabrics without having to hand sew.
It's absolutely brilliant. I'll show you the panel. So first off, we've got the Portuguese tile inspired fabric. It's a big panel. Jenny,
Do you want me to come
I
and
think so.
assist you, my love?
Yes, please. This is huge value. Look, so you've got, don't be shy. There we go. You've got the interesting end.
I do.
I've just got big cream fabric here. This is lovely.
Isn't it?
Oh, this is so gorgeous.
I know. I'm obsessed with it. Loom is amazing.
So everything's been printed at the right size? You just cut it out?
Cut it out. In the instructions, in case you do want to get the instructions on their own, I do have what fabric you need as well,
Amazing.
not just
So you've
the
got
panel
dimensions
requirements.
and cutting
Everything,
instructions too.
yeah.
Great. So you can make this again and again?
Yeah. Exactly that.
It is so lovely. Oh my goodness, I've just seen what my stocks are looking like. I've got low 20s left, that's all. Wow.
This would be such a good one to make for sewing friends.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Because if someone gifted me, any pouch, if someone gives me a pouch, I'm so happy.
Yeah, totally. And you could use it for different things as well, couldn't you, Jenny? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you've got 2 big zip pockets. You've got your pouch here. Now, OK, a pincushion specific to sewing. But we could put an extra little pocket with a popper or something there, couldn't we?
Exactly. Yeah.
This could be for jewellery
Yeah,
or makeup, brushes.
exactly. Art supplies.
Totally.
That would be a good one.
Yes. Half the stock. Oh, okay. Look, I've got 13 now. And way more than that in baskets. You get your full instructions.
You do.
You get your panel. What do I need for inside it?
I use H640
Yep.
and
Could you
medium
use
weight
quilt
interfacing.
wadding?
You could. It will be even floppier then.
Yeah.
But I used medium weight interfacing on the lining as well.
Yeah. Fab. There we go. There. Oh, no. No. We'll get you the right graphics in a second.
I'm so keeping that.
Bear with us for a second. You're getting your panel, you're getting full instructions, and also... Oh, thanks, Jenny.
I'll fold it out for you then, darling.
You were sort of taking it from me, and I thought...
Oh, no, I thought you were coming
Did you-
towards me. But it's all right.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, $21.99. They were the wrong graphics. They'd all got jammed up. Apologies. Right, $21.99. Oh, my goodness, wow. Okay, great. I thought $29.99, that was a great price, but $21.99, terrific. So you're getting your full panel, you're also getting your full instructions. Remember, if you went on those graphics before, you can cancel it if you've ordered the wrong thing. Just go back and check. Thank you for messaging in and alerting us to that, by the way. You get your full instructions. And also as well, remember, if you want to make this scrappy style, you absolutely can. You could you use a fat quarter for the outside?
Oh, yeah, you could, yeah.
Or you could piece it together, couldn't you?
You really could. You could do all sorts with it. It's endless.
Right. So the good news is, now when I was talking about now I've got 13, that was the tiles. Okay, that was the last. However, this I've only got 30 left. We started with much bigger stocks than that. I've only got 30 of these left.
Right.
So if you want to get the fold together organiser in the portrait, and you did this for one very specific reason, didn't you, Jenny? People have just fallen in love with
Yeah,
this fabric.
exactly. And I know some people don't like to hand sew. So I was like, let me give you the opportunity to get your hands on some fabric and machine sew something.
Yeah, because that is absolutely stunning.
Isn't it? I love it.
It is stunning. I think we talked before, I would like that by the metre.
Yeah, 100%,
Yeah, glorious. I'm down to teens now on this. I'm down to teens. So if you want this, and I'm fast approaching not even having teens left, remember you are getting the full reusable instructions as well. Can people make and sell your items, Jenny?
Yeah, small scale for charity,
Yep.
for yourself, little craft stalls.
Yeah.
Just please don't photocopy the pattern and give it to anyone.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
We don't do that.
We don't.
No, because this is how you pay your
Yeah.
bills at the end of the
Yeah.
day, isn't it? Yeah. So the fold together oh my goodness, I've got 3 left.
Oh, wow.
It's about to sell out. Okay, that's one option, Portuguese tile style, but we've also got vintage floral style.
This is looking so cute. I've part made it for the demo.
Oh, you
Do you
have?
want me to grab it quickly? So
Yes,
you can see?
please. I'll show you. We'll show you the panel as well. If Jen is still my friend and will hold
I am. I'm coming back.
it. Will you fold it up as well at the end?
Anything for you, Stuart.
Thank you. You're a doll. Oh, yeah, really pretty. Really pretty. So this is your full, this is everything. Outer, inner, pockets, ties, binding.
Everything, yeah. You just need a little bit of Velcro and some drawstring, as well as the H640.
Yeah. But these are often bits and bobs we've got in our stash, aren't
Oh,
they?
yeah, because it's not much. You don't need much of anything.
I've always got a bit of cord.
Yeah, the cord, you only need 1 metre.
Yeah.
So it's...
Yeah, it's fab. Show me the part made then.
Oh, yeah, so
please.
I've made
I'll do
just-
the folding.
Okay, darling. So I've just made parts of it, so just so you can get the gist of it. And obviously, if we have time, I will do demos. But I will also find out when I demonstrated the EPP version, because the inside is completely the same. gist, and then I'll let you know. So, yeah.
That's smashing. Oh, that's really pretty.
There we go. So it will be
Like that, yeah. Oh, it's gorgeous.
cute, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. Love that.
And then the ties are still
In the blue.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a bit of
This
spare
is
fabric.
pretty.
So in this one, I used the spare fabrics for the ties, or they could be the blue.
Okay.
So they're printed as the blue, but I decided to use the spare bit of fabric because I
great.
wanted it yellow.
Great. Joanne sent a message. She says, morning both. I was wondering what needle to use in my brother machine to go through the layers. I did not know which ones to buy on the web. So going through sort of thick layers when you're making bags.
I just use your standard. Is it 14?
What's that in old
100?
money, new money? 100.
100, yeah.
I would say
Yeah.
90 or 100.
That's absolutely fine, especially if you've got a walking foot.
Yeah. Yeah. The type of needle, the thicker the layers or the thicker the fabric, the thicker the needle. So 90 or 100 is good.
Yeah,
isn't
this
it?
is what I always use.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it is 90, 1490. I think that might be what it
But
is.
100 is good for bag making.
Oh,
really
gosh,
good.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
not thick at all, though, as well.
No.
If you're talking about sewing through these layers, there's really not that many layers
Yeah,
at all.
an 80 would do that, wouldn't it? Now, you mentioned H640 is inside. That's this stuff right here. It is a thin, fusible foam. Now, this is 1 metre by 90 centimetres pre-cut for £9.90. It's a very good deal, actually. Would that be plenty?
Oh, yeah. Make a good few.
Make a good few of these, yeah. Could you make maybe 2 or 3? With
From
that
a
amount?
metre, yeah, because you're only using it here.
One rectangle.
Because I think I used wadding in this, just scraps of wadding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. It's a really good deal, though, because if you buy the half metre, is it £6.99? £5.99, £6.99? Yeah, so it's a good deal, worth getting. It's pre-cut, by the way. If you multi-buy that, you'll get it in separate 1 metre pieces. It's 90 centimetres wide. Okay. Now, instructions on their own, Jenny,
Yes.
for the pouch are available. This is the physical pattern. It's got all the measurements in here, hasn't it? You don't need
Yes,
to use the
you
panel.
don't need to use the panel, not at all. Measurements, how much fabric you need, the measurements and the cutting.
Brilliant.
Oh, look.
Tim, you're a superstar. The Fold Together Organiser EPP version was the 26th of Jan 2025.
Honestly, without this man, I would be lost
You're keeping you
completely.
on the straight and narrow.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Thanks, Tim. Only just. It's not an easy job.
It's not.
Jenny.
Poor man.
It's not an easy job.
It's tired.
Digital download? Yep, we got it. Digital download, £9.99, the Fold Together Organiser. I'm just thinking, I mean, Christmas gifts, birthday gifts for your sewing friends.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, weekend project, done and dusted.
Yeah.
So usable, so giftable.
And it is easy. Don't worry about those zips. They're the easiest zip insertion possible.
Brilliant, fantastic. Yeah, a really beginner-friendly project. Gorgeous, right. Now, this month is month number 5 of Jenny Jackson's Tiles of the Month. 2 kits available. The traditional Portuguese tiles colourway, that's those gorgeous blues and golds and a little bit of green and terracotta in there. You get the full instructions, not generic, very specific to month 5, teaches you how to make the 3 blocks that you're going to make this month. You've also, it's all EPP, English paper piecing, sewn by hand over thin card. You get all of your shapes pre-cut for you in 3 packs for your 3 different tiles that you're going to make. You also get your fabric pack, which is all of the fabrics you'll need printed on a panel. So you're just going to use, as directed, everything is there to complete your 3 tiles plus extra.
Yeah.
Fabulous. That's the colourway. And we've also got the beautiful vintage floral. That's this one. Vintage floral. You were ahead of the game, Dan. Well done. Yeah. This is the vintage floral, which has got that kind of country, summery, gorgeously happy vibe to it. All the colours, but not a rainbow. That lovely fresh green, it's just beautiful. Ditzy, daisies, all of that. Plus, of course, your instructions that are specific to month 5 and your paper shapes. Reusable, remember. Don't just throw them away. Keep them. Reuse them. Ace. Derek says, wow, love the Portuguese tiled fabric. I'd love to make it into a shirt. Derek, I keep saying we need it by the metre.
Honestly, it is so amazing. Lou did a fantastic job on it.
This, on the pouch, Derek wants a shirt. I want a shirt. The kit for this has sold out. You can get it in this vintage florals, but in the Portuguese tiles, it's sold out. Derek, did you buy them all to piece them together to make a shirt? Be honest now. It's lovely. Lovely. Right, Jenny.
Right.
What can you show us?
EPP. So I've done the... I'm going to end up with 2 of this quilt because I like to make it each month just to make sure it's all fine. So we're doing these 3 this month. And just to show you, this is how much fabric I had left over from the vintage floral. So it'll be exactly the same amount with the Portuguese tiles, but there's absolutely tons of it left over. So you can definitely make cushions to match, but do your own colourway, as in place the fabrics in different places.
Yeah.
Honestly, you'll be able to make way more blocks. Right, I just wanted to show you that because I always say you get lots left over, and that is what I meant. Right, so I've already started sewing some of this block. I thought we'd do this one because it is just funky. It's just different, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It would actually be really lovely to see how those sort of tile together as well if you repeated the same. Because you could use each block to make a whole quilt, couldn't you?
Oh, yeah, you could, definitely. Yeah, you can do what you like. I'm just making sure I've got this in the right place. Right, so I thought I would just show you from the very beginning with a shape. First, what I would do is place my shape on the wrong side of the fabric.
Do you mind just moving everything up a little bit?
Yeah, of course. Let me move everything over and not lose my needle that I've pre-threaded.
Oh, that's my favourite trick. Does it matter which way up you put your shapes? Could you put it the other way, sort of?
You could.
It
really is up to you. You can always have a look at how in the instructions, if you want it to look exactly like, then you would probably have to put it up a certain way.
Okay.
But really, I don't think it matters because I'm not one for directions of anything in quilts. I just love everything going all over the place.
Yeah, me too.
It's patchwork. It's meant to be like that. So I will actually place this one here to say fabric. So what you want to do is you need to make sure you've got 1/2 inch around your shape. I eye it because I've been doing it for so long. But all you need to do is place it 1/4 inch, and using your ruler you can draw 1/4 inch around the shape, just like this. Watch my friction pen. Oh no, it's not run out.
Well,
all my friction
it's
pens
our early bird
Well, I
today.
was thinking this. I was thinking I really need to get some more
Stock
because...
up?
Yeah, I get through them. I was teaching a workshop the other day and they all needed them. I'd put them all in the baskets for them. Every single one had run out.
Oh, no.
About that, guys. I was like hunting around my studio looking for more.
$2.50 each in the bundle instead of
Well, that's
$3.99.
all right. Good stuff. I'll have to get them.
One of each colour.
This is it. And it is actually handy having different colours depending on what fabrics you're drawing on. There we go. So I've drawn 1/4 inch all the way around that shape. And all you want to do then is just cut it out. I cut out using scissors for EPP.
Okay.
Only because I find it easier. Because you often have like smaller shapes, smaller lines. And also you can sit in front of the telly doing it. You can sit watching Stuart, cutting out your EPP.
Yeah, I like using scissors. I'll often go back to scissors.
With EPP always. Right, so then what you want to do, because this is a different shape, it's exactly the same method every time you baste any English paper piece in shape. Start on one side and go all the way around. I tend to suggest that you always go the same way around, and depending on the shape, you always start at the same side and work around. This is so in the middle, you get like pinwheel effects instead of like chunky bits of fabric.
Work clockwise or anti-clockwise.
Yeah, always.
But stick to one.
Stick to one and also start on the same side of a shape, I always say as well, because it does make a difference with triangles.
Yep.
If you started there, then those dog ears would end up facing the other way.
Ah.
Gosh,
There's a science to it, isn't there?
there is.
So you put your glue on the fabric.
I do. A small amount of glue on the fabric. My glue stick is currently pink, but it doesn't matter what colour.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate Jenny's nails?
Sure. They're quite
Yeah,
plain this time. They're very toned down this time.
Yeah, they are. They're positive.
I had chains last time all over them. Literally, like
Really?
chains stuck to them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, very subtle.
There we go. So I've just gone all the way around. It helps to do it on a flat surface. I do sometimes, when I'm doing the points of the shapes, I do sometimes lift it up and just tuck that edge of the fabric in, and just then ignore the dog ears as well. Don't cut them off, because
Don't be trimming.
Don't be trimming those dog ears, people.
Angela says, "Oh wow, Sewing Street needs to stock those leopard scissors." I couldn't agree more.
Oh yeah, my best friend bought me these once. 3 pairs, different sizes. They are great, aren't they?
It actually looks like giraffe.
Oh
That's the
no.
neck.
Oh, I'm with you. I thought you meant the print.
No. But
I know.
it's
You
giving
don't
me-
understand.
It's giving me giraffe vibes.
You don't understand how excited I was
I
when
bet.
she brought them round. I was
Oh,
like,
I bet.
oh, yes. Bit of me. There we go.
Could you achieve the same effect with some Sharpie pens and a bit of patience?
I mean, possibly.
Oh. If you've got a glue stick but you need some refills, we'll just give you the details of that. We often talk about them being refillable. These are the refills. You get 6. Doesn't matter what colour they are. It just goes on that colour and then dries clear.
It does, it does. Like I said, I've got pink at the moment. I think it was blue a couple of days ago. I get through it. I should be fully sponsored by them, I
You
reckon.
should. Oh, don't forget, by the way, every single item that you buy and check out today, that pack of refills could end up winning you a new Brother sewing machine. One of our shoppers today is going to win a sewing machine.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Check
Gorgeous.
that out. Right, so sewing the shapes together, I have threaded my needle and knotted the bottom. I use Aurifil 80 weight. It's my absolute favourite. I bang on about it all the time. One, because it lasts forever, because there's so much on a reel. But also, it's very thin, and you just less likely to see those stitches.
These are the colours you get, right?
They're the colours I use most.
Are they?
Dark grey, light grey.
Now, they
cream
look like
and
quite
white.
small spools, 200 metres, you know.
280 metres per spool, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 280.
280. Oh, our graphic's wrong then. That says 200.
Yeah. I'm sure they haven't changed.
Or is it 280 yards?
I don't know. No, MT, 280.
Oh, right. 280 metres.
No, it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's
Can I-
so fine.
Look, I've actually, I mean, this has taken a long time, but think about how much I
Years.
do as well, yeah.
It's taken years.
It's nearly gone. Right, so let's sew. Shapes right sides together. When I'm using larger shapes, I do tend to line it up and clip, just using a quilter's clip, at the opposite end that I'm not going to sew on. This is to stop any, like my wrist hurting from like holding it tight, because the clip's doing the job. And now, what you're going to do is make sure I don't get my head in the way.
Brilliant.
Right, we're good there. So what you want to do is start on one end, and you're only going to go through a few fibres of that fabric. You are not going through the card, but you will feel that with your nail, not your nail, your needle. There you go, and you just move along a few millimetres, 2-3 millimetres. You don't want your stitches right on top of each other, but you also don't want them too far apart. So I always say when I'm doing it on telly, I often go further apart just to get across the shape to demonstrate. But yeah, so this is what you do. It is, swing it in the air a bit. It is the most relaxing technique. A lot of people say they don't have the patience for it, but it's not something that you do if you want a quick finish. I mean, so many people are keeping up this time. I've seen so many photos of people keeping up, but then I've got a few other people who are saving the whole thing till they retire.
Yes.
Yeah, or holidays.
Well, one of our viewers retired on Friday.
Oh,
This is
amazing.
her second full day of retirement.
Lush.
She's loving it.
I bet.
But, get this, having to do a bit of a toss-up between, am I quilting, am I playing golf? Which I don't know how I feel about.
I mean, I fully would be quilting.
Yes. How do you feel about golf?
I don't have
No.
feelings towards it. I don't have feelings towards any sport.
Oh, mates of mine are really into it and they love it. And actually...
Yeah, no,
like,
I've
keeps them
heard
really
it.
fit.
Do you know what? I used to love going to Crazy Golf when we used to go on holiday in the States
Different
when I
thing,
was
isn't it?
little. Yeah, but it's still fun. Crazy Golf is great.
You're
Down
quite
in Brighton,
competitive.
No, I'm not. I couldn't care less if I lose. I literally couldn't. So there's no point in trying to wind me up with things like that because
No.
if I lose, I'm like, cool, I
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah.
It's like when we went to Portugal with my brother and we were playing Uno every night and I lost every time and I just didn't care. I was like, I just enjoyed playing it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I
Yeah.
know I'm going to lose.
Yeah.
It's fine. But some people would find that really boring because they like being competitive against people. Like a competitive competitor.
Yes.
Yeah, but me, I'm just
You're
like,
not.
Nah, it's fine.
No. Don't even try.
Basically.
Be on my team.
I know, right? I'll be the person that's always picked last. It's just who I am.
But like you said, this is all about enjoying the process.
Yeah.
Take time for you.
Oh, I get so carried away doing EPP. Just sit there. Put something good on the telly.
It's
away.
quite cool to see because we, you know, every guest we have on air has their personality and their energy and that kind of thing. And you are a lively, energetic, enthusiastic person.
Yeah.
Who, do you know what I mean? If you were thinking, oh, what kind of sewer would Jenny be? You'd think, oh, speed piecing, quick methods, let's, you know, bish bash
Yeah.
bosh. But you're not at all.
No, the complete opposite.
Interesting.
Isn't it? Yeah. I'm more than happy just to sit quietly and sew in the corner. I
Is
love
that
it.
your getting away from it all?
Do you know what it
activity?
could be? Because I started hand sewing when Dylan was younger, purely because it was quiet when he was asleep. My sewing machine was too loud because I had a really, really old banger.
Okay.
I was like, "Ugh." And I was like, he's not going to sleep hearing this in the evening. So I
What
found...
noise did it make?
I don't know what noise. What did I do?
It's like a... Love
But
it,
yeah, so that's so I found
touch of oil wouldn't go amiss.
it definitely wouldn't have. So that's when I found EPP. And then I just fell in love with it, and I just, maybe it was some quietness in the madness of
Cute story.
having
I
a
like
toddler.
Dylan is toddler no more.
Dylan is starting his final year of school.
How tall now?
6 foot.
6
We measured him.
foot?
Well, my dad measured him. He is now the tallest member of the family. Towers over my brother. Everyone.
Cool. And last year at school, at
Last
secondary
year at
school. Wow.
Yeah, we're going to do this.
There's been a lot of talk about where do the years go. Do you sometimes wonder?
Yeah, I really do. I'm
Yeah.
like, where's that little boy with the little... Yeah, and now when he phones me, I still get a shock every time when I pick up and he's like, hello, Mum. I'm like,
Hello.
who's that? I expect like, Mum. You know, like when they like high-pitched little voice.
It's cute.
Oh, he's still my favourite human in the world, though.
There you go.
Always
There
will
you
be.
go.
Right, so I've just gone all the way to the end of that shape. And what I do is I just put my needle in halfway and I wrap my thread around it a couple of times
Yep.
to knot it off, pull the thread through, and I take a back stitch. There is no need for this, but it's just my thing.
You do it.
I always do it.
Yep.
And then you just trim off with some excessively large scissors for such a thing, but I've got my snips here
It'll
as well.
do the job.
It will. So as you can see now, I've got...
Could you just show us from the front what we're sort of aiming for? Once we've seen you sew those two pieces together and how far apart or how close together your stitches were. And if you just have a look now, because I think it's really useful to be able to see the front. That's it, yeah.
I mean...
You can't really, can you?
But please don't be disheartened if you can see your stitches. It's lovely because it looks handmade. John Scott loves it when you can see the hand stitching from EPP
Some
slightly
people
on the front.
deliberately
Yeah, they do.
don't they?
Yeah. I don't know why mine doesn't show. I think it's just because I do it so much that over the years, it's the knack.
Yeah.
The knack.
You've got the knack.
Have the knack. There we go. So you can see that these two are going to go together here. I'm actually, oh no, I can work it out. It will be, and we've got these gorgeous little triangles. We'll go here and here, and then we've got, that's going to go there and there. But I'm going to show you how to sew these. Have we got time to show how we're going to sew these two?
We've got 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So
do we want to do some demo for the pouch?
Yeah.
I mean, there was a huge demo on the pouch, or the date that my dad wrote in. Should we do some pouch?
Should we do some pouch?
Should we do some pouch? Let me just get rid of all
All I
of
would
this
say is,
then.
before we go to pouch, just if you've got the tiles, either the vintage floral or the Portuguese in your basket, please check out, because there's lots of you with it in your baskets. Don't want you to miss out. While you get yourself ready, I'm just going to quickly recap past months as well. Should we just literally work back in do month 4? Yeah, last month, month 4. Here it is, month 4. Portuguese first. Portuguese first. So this is the traditional Portuguese tile colours, all your EPP shapes, and the blocks that you're going to make this month are these 3 here. And you have all your specific EPP shapes, all of the fabrics to reproduce these exactly. Made on the 27th of July, that was the show, that was the live show. Get your EPP, there they are, thanks Becky. So that is in the Portuguese tile colourway. And then if you want to do them in the vintage florals, so pretty, just gorgeous. Fresh and summery. If you're not ready for autumn, I sort of am.
I'm not.
But I'm not ready for rain or darkness.
Well, this is it, the rain and the darkness. Crisp, sunny and bright, fine.
Crunchy leaves, all good.
Oh my goodness. Rain, wind.
No.
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 Especially together, the worst combination ever.
Yeah. It was so windy yesterday.
It was.
Very few on these. Very few. Not even teens. Right, that's month 4. Number 3, month 3. Month 3. Portuguese first. I was extolling the virtues of the Algarve this morning. Oh, such a lovely place. These are the 3 tiles you're making. These ones here. There they are on the quilt. Yummy. 1, 2, 3. In the Portuguese tile or in the vintage florals. We'll give you the details of vintage florals. Oh, again, the vintage florals is especially in danger. I've got low single figures. You've been shopping ahead. You've been shopping ahead. That's your vintage florals. Good. Oh, that's nice. Yummy. Right, that's month 4. Now, month 3. Month 3. Month 2. Month 2. Portuguese first. So this time, oh, lovely. That's these 3 blocks here. And again, in the quilt, that's just over to the right, the other way. That's it. So it's that one that's like a box, almost looking down into a box, and then the next one, and then one more beyond that. Oh, it's on the other side of the quilt, isn't it? It's that one. There it is. Second row, first one. That's it. Great. That's Portuguese tiles. And then in the vintage florals, again, gorgeous. You get all your fabrics on your panel, all your paper pieces. Again, very low single figures. If you maybe missed out on a month, you can still catch up. Now, month one, Portuguese tile version has sold out today. Well done if you managed to get yours. Like I say, new people join the party every month. We will get more, hopefully for next month, so you can still get month 2, 3, 4 and 5. But at the moment, the Portuguese tiles in month 1 is out of stock. This is the summer, the vintage florals. The two people to blame for getting me into sewing. Stuart encouraged me to have a go at a simple bag. Guilty as charged. Jenny encouraged me to try FPP. Oh, thanks.
Guilty
Welcome,
and
Paul.
charged. Paul just came to one of my workshops and I got him actually quilting because he's only ever pieced.
Great.
So it was like a confidence builder quilting workshop. So
Great.
him and both Celia, they both came along and had a great time.
Oh, Paul and Celia.
Yeah.
Ah, Paul.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I'm assuming so. Sorry if
Yes,
it's not, but
yes.
whenever I see Paul, that's where my brain goes.
Oh, Lisa Lamb's got in touch. She says, blimey, Jen, looking trim. Rawr.
Oh, thanks, babe.
Oh. And Lisa says, fab shirt, Stuart. What about what's inside the shirt, Lisa? What about that? Rawr. No. Right, we're going to do the fold together
Yes,
organiser.
just a speedy one.
Yes.
Right, so when I said, don't be afraid of the zips, seriously, it's just sewing 2 pieces of fabric on either side of the zip. There's no even, how do I describe it? So this piece of fabric here,
Yep.
I've already sewn to the lining piece, and then I've folded both edges in by 1/4 of an inch. And I've literally placed the zip inside along those 1/4 of an inch. A little bit of quilter's tape's really handy.
Kind of sandwiched it.
I've literally sandwiched the zip either side and just put the zipper tape inside and sewn across.
Easy.
Seriously, and the same for the top piece, apart from it's one piece of fabric folded.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is the perfect get over your fear of zips project because it is beyond simple.
Great.
Seriously, so long as you've got a zipper foot, and to be honest, you can do it with that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're only small zips. They're just, as in thin zips. They're not big chunky ones that you use.
Great.
Just your standard zip. So really, don't be afraid of them.
Good to know.
Right, once you've made that, then the next stage is make sure, well, I tend to clip it before I unzip it, only so then I know it's clipped well.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, so you're getting the fit right first.
Yes, without it stretching. Yeah.
Understood.
Once you open that zip.
I really, really love these colours. The fabrics are beautiful.
Aren't they so pretty?
Yeah.
I've pressed it, but wasn't taking much notice, or probably with demo work, I'm often doing it in quite a rush. So the pressing is never on point. I'll just be like, get it done so that I can get the next
It
bit
still
done.
does the job. Still does the job.
Still does the job. There we go. So, and then, oh, hang on, I'll put one more clip just closer to the zip there, and then open that zip out like that.
Now
Then
you
I'm
open
just going to stitch all the way around using, I would say, 1/8 of an inch seam.
That's
So
a very good
basically,
tip, you know,
anything.
the clipping, because
clipping before.
it so often splays apart.
It really does, yeah. So clip before. Anything within your 1/4 inch seam allowance. So it doesn't have to be precisely 1/8, but so long as it's not going to show on your...
Perfect.
And you are going to sew all the way even along this edge. That's decorative anyway.
So that we do need to make sure we're not wobbling around.
Yeah, try not to, but look, if you wobble, you wobble.
Yeah, fair enough. Agreed. Oh, Lisa's redeemed herself. She said, this is bag legend, Lisa Lamb. She says, also looking trim, Stuart. Rawr. Okay, well, it's not quite the same when you have to ask for it, but thank you. I haven't been to the gym in ages, she says. Nightmare. I'm just walking.
What is
I'm
with
not,
all
I haven't
this
ventured
gymming,
back
people?
I haven't ventured back into the gym, Jenny. I don't know if I want to, because a TikTok generation have taken over, and I'm just afraid that I'll go to the gym and it'll be full of people filming everywhere on tripods.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't want that.
I just...
Oh, Paul's message back in. Yes, you did the right thing. Yes, you did get the right Paul, sorry.
Yeah.
Loved the workshop, Jenny. Looking forward to another one.
Oh.
I mean,
I
and
was...
also sending lots of love to you and to Celia in particular.
Indeed. I was also going to say, I'm not going to lie, I have zero interest in going to the gym, okay? Zero.
Yeah.
Zero. I'm not even going to pretend.
No.
I dislike it. I used to go, hated every second of it, and thought, why am I putting myself through this when I don't enjoy it?
Yeah.
So I'll just, yeah, it's not
Charlie
my
has a
jam.
personal trainer twice a week.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to that probably.
It actually for Charlie, because he was work, farm, home.
Yeah.
And that was his day. And it's really good for him to have that time for himself and that bit of, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just want a personal trainer. It'd be great.
Yeah.
The commitment of not having to go to the gym, like a personal trainer that comes to my house.
Oh, okay.
So that I don't even have to leave my house. Okay,
No.
just none. Okay, just none.
Oh, Wendy Orlando's got in touch.
Oh, trouble,
Wendy.
trouble, trouble.
It's been so long. How are you, lovely? She says...
It's been long for me. She was at
Good.
my house for about 3 hours the other
Oh, really? She says, good morning. This colour reminds me of fruit salads. The sweets, I'm assuming, not the bowl of. Jen is too young to remember. I'm too young
Fruit
to... No, I'm not
salad?
too young to remember.
I remember fruit salads.
Yeah,
I'm sure she thinks I'm younger than I am all the time.
yeah. I wish you thought I was younger than I am. Christine's message, she says, morning, lovely Stuart. Happy anniversary. Oh, thank you, lovely. And hope you have many more. You do. It was so nice meeting you at Festival of Quilts. It made my day. Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you. Jane's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. Fabulous show. I'm in the UK to see Mum. Glad you're here, but she says it's because her mum's very poorly. I'm really sorry to hear that, Jane. She says it's very stressful. But as you always did, you've lightened my load and made me smile. Bless your heart. While I'm here and able, we'll order tons to take back home. Jane from the Netherlands.
Oh,
Or sending lots of love. And sending lots of love to your mum as well.
Right, I'm trimming off those edges of the zips.
Okay.
Now, just make sure, obviously, you don't cut the metal bit. If you have to go into the seam allowance a tiny bit, it's fine. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's only a temporary seam allowance.
Fine.
That's stay stitching as
Okay.
such. So we've still got another one.
Very smart, loving that.
Right, so I've already popped the Velcro onto here. I mean, you don't have to add the Velcro if you don't want to, but it does keep everything in its place.
Sure.
And I quite like it. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
So, where did I put my instructions? I can't remember the measurements.
don't
That's
be
always
you.
all right. I've got
Oh, you got
spare.
them now?
Yeah, I brought a spare pair.
Great.
Right, so you just want to measure your... I've got the measurements in the pattern to where you want the Velcro to go. So that's not right. No, because it's one, and I was thinking that's not right. It's there. And what I would do is I would just pin this in place. You can actually use a bit of sew line glue just to stop it from moving.
Okay.
And then you just want to stitch through it. I'll drop my stitch down again now a bit.
Is there a knack to sewing through Velcro?
Well, not that I'm aware of. Just sewed it like a piece of fabric.
Fine.
Is there?
Okay, great. No, it's fine. Yeah, cool.
Sometimes when people ask me that, I'm like, oh, I don't know, because...
Do you
I just-
sew through the Velcro, like the grippy bit, or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, fine.
Are you allowed? Is that against the rules? Are the rules?
What rules?
What rules?
What rules?
I have no
Jenny?
rules.
You just do you, man.
Okay, thanks.
You do you.
So I just... I just sew close to the edge, just doing a stay stitch there. I've always sewn through it and never had a problem,
Sure.
so I just assumed it was fine. This is not set exactly how I like it, this machine, because Adam was in earlier in the week. But Wendy, because Wendy uses it as well, I'll have you know, I took the needle out, put it back in since Adam broke it.
Oh.
Since Adam
And then
broke
just
it.
left it broken?
No, he changed the needle, but he definitely didn't put it in right because the thread, the automatic threader wasn't working, the needle threader. So I've taken it out, put it back in, and it's threading now.
Oh, that's a good tip, though. If your needle threader's not working at home, maybe the needle's not in.
Oh, I knew straight away when I came. I was on a few days after he'd been on, and it wouldn't thread, and I knew he'd broken a needle. So I knew that's what it must have been, and it was. It's happy again now.
Oh, perfect. It just needed your
I mean, I've been
gentle
in about
touch.
3 times since he broke it, but I just kept forgetting to readjust and then no one else did. So it's done now.
Right, so then we've really focused on the fact that Adam Brooks broke a needle.
He did. He did. It was
I
all
miss
Adam.
Adam. I haven't seen him for ages.
Oh, I know. I think I'm going to stay with him next time I have a show.
Lynn's got in touch to say, morning, Stu. You're looking just fabulous as always. Thank you. From your #1 fan and sister from another Mr. Lynn Goldsworthy.
Oh, there
Love
she
Lynn.
is.
Catherine says, good morning, Jenny and Stuart. Morning, love.
Morning.
I'm currently putting together one of Jenny's EPP sew motion patterns.
Oh, that's not me. Sew Motion's Louisa Gold.
Louisa Galt, but also very lovely.
Yeah,
loving
she's
it
the
while
best.
watching the two of you this morning.
Yeah, Louisa does loads of EPP.
Yes. Wendy says, thanks, Jen. Saves me a job. Did you clean the machine too?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. Lisa says, I love the gym. This is Lisa Lamb.
Oh, she
I
does.
love the gym. I put drum and bass on my headphones and I boogie around. Everyone gives me a wide berth. Don't know why.
No.
No words.
No, never.
Last minute or so.
Oh no, right, I'm just adding the second piece of this and then I'll just talk you through the rest. See, when I put my foot on the second pedal, it automatically drops down, but it doesn't on this one and I haven't figured out how to.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I just get a bit confused. Right, so that's the 2 pieces. So now your things can go there and there. The next stage would be to place your lining, your inside and your outside, wrong sides together, and clip all the way around. And then stay stitch again, because then nothing's going anywhere. Once you've got that stay stitched, then I say sew 2 lines, not on top of the pocket pieces, but right next to, down here. That gives it the kind of seam to fold.
Because it has got a lovely shape to it as well. I really like that. Sort of almost like a little pyramid, isn't it?
Yeah, so that will do that. And then you make your ties, which I've got all the instructions on how to make them. You stay stitch those either side, and then you add your binding just as you would a quilt. So I machine sewed it on the outside and folded it in and hand sewed it on the inside. If you want to machine sew the binding all the way, both sides. You're a fan of doing that, aren't you?
Machining on both sides. Oh,
yeah.
yes.
So you can do that as well. It's just I really love hand binding stuff.
Cool.
So,
yeah.
But that's it, honestly. And watch that other date that my dad brought in because I did more demo on it.
Ace. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jenny.
All right.
Love this project. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. So useful. Way over half the remaining stock of the vintage florals in baskets. Do check them out, won't you? Okay. You can get the pattern on its own if you want. I will show you that. Digital's on the web. You can find that there. This is physical instructions, $9.99. Now, later on, I'm in love with this quilt. In fact, I've already asked Jenny to make a version with a future range of my fabric because it's gorgeous. This is the Vase quilt. This is foundation paper pieced. The main body of the vase is one piece of fabric. So what an opportunity to show off a really, really beautiful bit of fabric. I love those patterns, and that's a corker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It's fun. You can imagine it in so many fabrics.
Oh, can you imagine? Really beautiful. Very nice. There's 3 different vases to piece. You can create your own. I think it's stunning. Very well done. That is coming up at 11 o'clock.
Indeed.
Yeah. But after the break, we've got now we're going to be talking all things Kaffe Fassett. I'm going to give you a bit of a deep dive. If you weren't here yesterday, I'm going to give you a bit of a deep dive into my brand new book. You cannot buy it in the shops. It is not available yet. It is not even published yet. But we have got copies on the show today for my brand new book, Make 100 Bags. In fact, use scraps, sew fabric, make 100 bags, and you really can. And they're all signed too. We'll look at that after the break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to celebrate my 4-year anniversary here at Sewing Street. We're having a really special weekend of celebrations on the 30th and 31st of August. I've got the most incredible guests joining me. I've got super deals on Brother Sewing machines each day. I'm going to be launching my brand new book, Make 100 Bags, on the 30th, and I'm going to be launching my brand new pattern, We Love Quilting Volume 2, on the 31st. It's going to be super, but it won't be anything without you, so please make sure you join me on the 30th and 31st of August to celebrate my 4-year anniversary here on Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello, lovely you. Welcome back to the show. This hour, more opportunities to get in that shop to win dip. Every single purchase, every item, not just every checkout, but every item gets you another entry into a prize draw to win a sewing machine. Winner will be announced tomorrow. Very exciting. It's me tomorrow as well, so I get to say who gets the prizes, which often I don't. Now, let's do another anniversary treat. Kaffe Fassett. We love Kaffe Fassett. £71.92 for 8.5 metres, except it's not, because we're doing this. We're taking £10 off. We have a very, very limited... Oh, gosh, I don't even have teens. I haven't pre-sorted this because the whole thing about Kaffe is to use it as you will. Mix, match, blend, clash, beautiful greens and blues, all these lovely cool colours with just a little bit of warmth in there just to bring it all together. These are delightful. Love this one. And the ferns, you've got a couple of different versions of that. £7.74 a half metre. That is amazing value. You're saving £10. Just going to bring those, look at all those beautiful colours. That little touch of pink there, really stunning. And that floral as well, just gorgeous, isn't it? £61.92 for 8.5 metres. Stunning. If you checked out before the crash, you will still be paying £61.92. Fran's asked a good question on Facebook. She says, that's a question about fraying fabric in a quilt. Should I back it with iron-on interface? No, just before you layer it to quilt it, go in there and trim off any frayed threads. I know it's a bit of a job, but if you don't do it, you'll end up with them snaking under the quilt top and they'll show through on light fabrics. So one of the first or the last things you do before you quilt a quilt is give it a press, flip it over and trim any loose threads off. Once everyone's checked out, we are on single figures. Okay. So this is cool. And it's cool as in like the cool kids, but it's also cool as in terms of the colours. Now we're going to get hot. Warm. Okay, warm. These are very much in my kind of ballpark. Ooh, these fabrics, these colours make me very, very happy. We're already on single figures, and that's before the £10 drop. £61.92, same price. Now, just a tip, this and this, now you're talking. Now you're talking. Put all those fabrics together and make yourself a Manx log cabin quilt or a fresh pineapple quilt or a curvy log cabin using these fabrics. If you want those patterns, we've got those all in one today. It's my brand new We Love Quilting. But look at those beautiful hues together. The numbers are dwindling. I've only 5 left. I've got 4 left now. I'm going to blow your socks off with the next bundle. Your socks, they're going to hit the ceiling. We'll just pop those instructions in the side graphic for you. This, William Morris, very traditional, cosy, just right for snuggling on the way into autumn. But imagine that done in these and these. Incredible would be so cool. There's 2 of this bundle left. If you want it, you'll have to be quick. Right, hold on to your socks because check this out. These are Kaffe Fassett shot cottons. These are beautiful. Now, If you absolutely love Kaffe, you'll love them. If you absolutely do not love Kaffe and you love more traditional or you love Tula Pink, can you imagine fresh pineapple done in these fabrics? This one right here, the fresh pineapple done in these shot cottons would be immense. That would be immense. Would you like to make a saving? Let's make a saving. It's never been this low. Happy anniversary. 101. 101.86. Can we? Go on. Please. I was just going down to 100. Can we just make it a nice round 100, please? Oh! Even better. Yay! Sorry, that was a bit naughty of me. 99.99. Thank you. I've only got 3. 99.99. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hannah. Isn't it lush? It's gone. It's gone. It's sold out. Oh, because I really wanted that. But I can't have that. Wow. I told you it'd blow your socks off. Right. Let's talk about my brand new book for a moment. It's called Make 100 Bags. It's my brand new book for Pavilion. It is a hardback, a proper hardback. You can make 100 bags. You have got your paper pattern pieces in an envelope in the back, full how-tos and instructions. It's signed for real in the book with a Sharpie. You've got all of your... Hello. Who's that rugged chap? Like, not you, Michael, me. All your essentials. If you've never made a bag before, you can do it. You can do it. All your essential techniques, and then how to make 100 bags. Absolutely glorious. It's brand new. It's brand new, and we're going lower. You can't buy this in the shops. You can't get this from Amazon. It isn't published until mid-September. But ours are ready to go under £20. If you've already checked out your basket, you'll pay £19.99. Now, it is brand new. The cover price is £22, but you are making that saving, £19.99. Let me explain how it works. So each bag, so for example, here's the Dash wallet. So this is super cute. This was the first bag I made for the book, actually, because I've got this gorgeous scrap of Tula Pink fabric. You might recognise this from Besties, and I think this is a True Colours, this one. But I thought it was really cute. I love a little purse. This is a double purse, because you've got there and you've got there. But rather than having to have this in your pocket or around your neck, you've got these 2 clips on the side, so you can clip it to your belt loops on your trousers or a skirt. And or you could, of course, you could also clip a shoulder strap onto there if you wanted to. So you get the pattern and how to make it in what I call just fabric. As Miranda would say, Mother, it is just fabric. What I like to call just fabric. Okay, but then, such fun, but then there are 4 techniques which are fully explained at the start of the book for how you can make fabric. So the idea of it is that you use scraps, you sew some fabric and make some fabric, and then you can make your bag. So, string piecing. Now here, I've used selvedges from William Morris fabric. Now this looks really modern, I think, because it's selvedges, but it's actually this fabric that's hanging right behind me, which looks super traditional, but it's how you use it. So string piecing is one option. Improv quilting, that sort of modern style of piecing together different odd shapes and pieces. to create a piece of fabric, to create the wallet. And I'll show you some more examples here. This is a backpack that's made using improv piecing, and I've used it on the flap, and I've also used it on this front panel here, and then used just fabric for the back. Okay, here, and there it is on the mannequin. Did you just call me John? Just clutch my pearls. We're having a word with management. Here is the essential day bag done in improv. Now, if I grab just fabric version, here's just fabric, okay? It's not just anything, because just fabric can look incredibly elegant, striking, beautiful. But here I've done improv piecing for the flap. I've done here, oh, I loved quilting this, double diamond crosshatch. Easy peasy, but it gives such a gorgeous effect. And how cute is that spot for the lining? And then on the back of the bag, again, improv piecing. Totally different look. You can also do something which is called borrow. Now, borrow originates in Japan, and this is traditionally used for patching kimono and also household linens. So if you've got a hole in your kimono or a bag, you would lay a patch of fabric over the top, and it might just have torn edges. Then you would go in with a thick cotton thread and do running stitches to attach that patch over the hole. And then it developed into its very own art form. And this is a piece of art, isn't it? Deputy Joan made the borrow. And this is using Tilda Creating Memories fabrics. But then what she did was, and I think this is super inspired and very clever, she used every individual fabric as her source of inspiration for how she was going to stitch it. So on this polka dot, Joan has stitched a running stitch grid linking the spots. Here, this check, she's done a little diagonal dashed line across the squares. Here, she's stitched a spiral. It's so inspired. Little cross stitches down here. So cute. But literally just looking at each patch and saying, how shall I stitch this? Traditionally, it would simply be lines. They look terrific too, however you want to do it. But this bag, if I just grab the other, I've got a couple of other versions of this one. So this same bag, but made in a pretty, just fabric this time, just fabric. This is the bindle bag. How cute is that? And this is it's a nice easy, goes on your shoulder, not on the end of a stick. That's what Australians call the bag on the end of the stick, you know, the kind of travelling person. They call it a bindle, so I called this the bindle bag. And here, I've made it in this really cool, almost sort of Aztec-y monochrome tapestry. Such a quick bag. If you do it this way, you probably make it in an hour, hour and a half. Gallop, such fun, Emma. That actually did fill me with joy. Okay, back to me. You can gallop. You can gallop. But if you want to turn this into a couple of months of slow stitching heaven, then this is what you do instead. Happy anniversary, lovely Stuart. This is from Simone on the Isle of Man. Thank you. I cannot sew properly, but have bought the book, Inspired to Do Better. Thank you for the inspiration and lesson. Simone, I'm going to challenge you here. What's properly? If you're enjoying it and it's working for you, remember, when I did my first quilts, they were lumpy, bumpy, nothing matched up. I won't even begin to tell you how I sewed the binding on, but it was an embarrassment. But I didn't care. I didn't care. I I showed that quilt to anybody who would stop long enough for me to show them to. I was insanely proud of it, and so should you be. And thank you for messaging. It's lovely to have you on board. So this is borrow. And then, so we've done string piecing, we've done borrow piecing, we've done improv, we've done just fabric, and then we might do hexagons, English paper piecing, or not, to create beautiful bags. Look at this one. This is one of my favourite bags from the book. I just love. Look, the little gingham binding. Got a double flap, concertina pocket, so you can get plenty in there. Now, I'll show you the original bag in a second, but look, there's the messenger bag. This is called Don't Shoot the Messenger. Don't do that. It's got a back pocket as well. And that's done with EPP. But if I just move, and I give a big shout out to Hilary, who did the embroidery in Quilts from the Country, and then did the EPP for Make 100 Bags. And then I had the fun of making up the finished bag. Look, I couldn't stop myself when I was quilting the base. I just kept going. Oh, it was so sort of zen. And when I was quilting this, the flap, I just felt so zen, just stitching straight lines, no marking. But look, here's the same bag made out of just fabric. So I found this gorgeous Japanese cotton fabric, and I couldn't resist. It had got these cranes and dragons on it. So crane on the front, crane on the back for the back pocket, but then hidden dragon. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon, exactly, there's the hidden dragon. And I fussy cut it so that when the flap was down, it's still all joined up. And look, there's your concertina pocket inside, so you can get loads of stuff in there. So this is just fabric. Now, just fabric can also be PU. So I did the rucksack. Now, you remember the improv, totally different look. The improv version. And then this, PU. Now, I couldn't resist using that gorgeous canvas on the back, just to give it a different look. But you could do the whole thing in PU. And then you've got your magnetic flap. And then you've got here on this bag, you've got this big zip across the front with a massive deep pocket there. And then you've also got another zip right across the top, so you can get right in to the body of the bag. And what's really cool about this is it takes next to no time to make, an afternoon make. However, if you really want to go to town, do an EPP version, do an improv or a borrow version. And what I've done is every single pattern, I'll go to that backpack, the Travel Buddy backpack. So this is Sharma, who's my editor, who was my editor on this book, and she's going to be the editor on my next book as well. So I asked everyone to model the book. Joan's in here as well. And I talk about the skills that you're going to need. So if there's anything you need to gen up on, that's when you go to the front of the book and all those techniques, and you can gen up on the techniques that you might need to complete the project. Okay. Then you've got the bag made in just fabric. Then you've got a second version made up in fabric to show you one of the techniques. This time it's improv. Sylvia said, what's the name of the fabric you used for the backpack, please, Stuart? Now, is it the improv one? If it's the improv one, this one here, Okay, it was a bit of a mixture, to be fair, but most of it was from Abandoned and Abandoned 2. So there were 2 ranges he did that were sort of like abandoned buildings, sort of inspired by abandoned buildings. Now, and that is a bit of Tilda Spot, which is one of their basics. If it's this one, I used our black PU, our cotton solids, and then this is also one of ours. This is one of our cotton canvases that we may or may not have on the website. I don't know the name of it, but it's one of our cotton canvases. Hope that helps. Steffi's got in touch to say, thanks, Hubster, for buying me the book today. He's a keeper. Just going to say it. It incorporates all of my favourite sewing skills. It's perfect. Thanks, Stuart. Oh, thank you, Steph. What I wanted to do, if a quilter made a bag, what kind of bag would they make? And there would be so many opportunities, wouldn't there? Susan from Surrey says, your patterns are inspiring. I can hardly wait to raid my scrap stash and start sewing. Well, I'm glad, Susan, that's a really important point as well, because actually any of these bags could be made from your stash. Collector in Tyne and Weir says, would batiks work for these bags, please? 100%, any of them, because all of them have been made at some point in quilt weight cotton, and that's exactly what batik is, quilt weight cotton. So there is a version. So even though this one's made in PU and canvas, this is quilt weight cotton. So this could be batiks, absolutely 100%. This could be batiks, glorious. Hi, Stuart, what thread type did your deputy, I love that, use to stitch the borrow bags? The dotty pattern and swirls look fantastic from Glynis and East Riding. Glynis, yes, we are on our turf, Glynis. You should be coming along to one of Deputy Joan's clubs. Deputy Joan she'd got some Sashco thread, which we sell on the website. You know, those big skeins. She used that. I think on some of them she might have used cotton perle or embroidery floss, 2 or 3 strands together. Joan, if you're watching, if I'm getting any of this wrong, I've got a feeling she might have used a very fine crochet thread. Is it? Not fingering. Is it? Anyway, but I remember she'd got this ball and it was really white and she didn't want it to be really white. So she actually dyed it, I think, with tea. I think she dyed it with tea to create a softer, more beigey colour. Joan, if you're watching, am I right? Have I got this right? I think I've got this right. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, but yeah, so any of those will work. Chrissy, behave, says, good morning, lovely Stuart. I was one of the lucky ones who got this book at Festival of Quilts. It's fabulous with so much inspiration. Thank you. Thank you, Chrissy. I really appreciate that. Festival was wonderful. I had very limited quantities at Festival, and it was a sort of what we call a soft launch. I just wanted to see what everyone thought, but thank you. Donna says, I was sorting through my stash and found some of your Japanese fabric that I didn't realise I still had. It will be ideal for some of these bags. Yes, it will, because let me show you. Hang on. Wait now. This one. Glynis, Deputy Joan does sometimes do classes, you know. She does. See, Joan runs about 2 or 3, or is in 2 or 3 different quilt clubs. And she sometimes teaches a class within the club. She's been along and co-taught with me, actually. We've done a couple of classes together. This bag is called Yoga on the Beach. This is improv piecing. You can see the improv panels in creams, and you can also see, I'll just show you on the side, look, I did like an X in piecing. It was all just, as I was doing it, I was just thinking up what to do next. It was really good fun. And what it has on one side of the bag, it's really cavernous, this bag, it's great. You've got a big zip pocket, okay? Okay, got big zip outer pocket, and you could have that on both sides of the bag. But the reason why it's a yoga on the beach bag is because on the other side, it has got a sling. It has got a sling. Okay, and the reason why it's got a sling is you can put your yoga mat through the sling, and I'll show you a picture in a second. Where does the beach come in? Well, I thought if you can put a yoga mat through it, you could put a towel through it. So my wild swimmers, you could put your towel through it. Here's the pattern. Look, there we go. Now, this is Alice. You may remember Alice from wearing the Haori jacket in Quilts in the Country, and also from being the office manager in Bags for Life. So, she posed. She was forced to pose, bless her. So there she is with the bag, and you can see the sling in action with the yoga mat. That's actually my yoga mat. And now hang on, it's not, yeah, you see, it didn't make the cut. We did actually have this hilarious time of us doing various yoga poses in the background. Downward, nobody wanted to see my downward dog. That's in the special edition. Jane from Suffolk says, morning, lovely Stuart. Oh, bless you. I was very lucky enough to purchase your book at Festival. Very special. Takes bag making to a whole new level. Thank you, Jane. Thank you. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to say, what if you had these patterns and then applied patchwork to them? The possibilities blow my mind. Treated myself to the book. I promised to use material from my stash from Susan. Well, you don't have to, Susan, but I'll be ever so proud of you if you do. It's nice, though, isn't it, when you think, you know, I mean, it's never a for nothing unless someone gives you the fabric. But when you can go to your stash and you can pull all the fabric that you need, maybe you buy some lining, I don't know, or some handles, but essentially everything was pulled out of your stash and it was bits of nothing that you weren't going to use. I mean, that is a moment of pride. Happy anniversary, Stuart. Thank you, Karen. Would your book suit a complete beginner? I've bought in the hopes I can make a few. Karen, you can make them all. Now, what I would say is, yes, absolutely. I always think about beginners because I'm an encourager. I want everyone to enjoy. But also I want more experienced and more advanced quilters or bag makers to have fun too. But that doesn't mean making it complicated. Being an advanced quilter doesn't mean you like doing hard stuff all the time, you know? It's just nice to do something that's perhaps got a few more processes, a few more layers, where you're just honing your skills. And I would say something like the Deep and Meaningful or the Wide and Sassy. The Wide and Sassy. So this is the Wide and Sassy. I should have stuffed this. There we go. I couldn't resist making this in Tilda. That's lovely, isn't it? It's such an easy bag, though. But this would be a really good one to start with. Now, maybe not with the twist lock, but you could put a magnetic snap inside there, or even a sew-on popper. I always talk about the options as well. Doing the twist lock is a little bit more of an advanced skill, a little bit more, but definitely worth practicing, and because they look great. So that's the Wide and Sassy. This is the Deep and Meaningful. Now, it's essentially the same pattern, and it is the same pattern in the book. I call it the Wide and Sassy, but then I also give directions if you want to make it deeper. But this is the same bag, but made with string piecing. And string piecing is where you just use lots of thin strips of fabric and you sew them to a foundation usually. Could be a piece of calico, it could be directly onto a piece of Bose Linar form or a piece of H640, or even interfacing, or nothing at all. You could just sew them together. They look really cool done on the diagonal like that. It just adds a bit of extra flair. I've done a panel down the back as well. And it just brings some scraps to life. Now, you might recognise in there, if you've been following my fabric ranges for a while, this is from my second ever fabric range, which was called Kimono. I've always loved Japanese style fabric, and I couldn't resist putting a little bit of kimono into this bag there and there. Susan from Aberdeen, she's messaged, bless you. She says, I've treated myself to the book. I promise to use material from my stash. We should have like a sort of an oath. I solemnly promise to use fabric from my stash, but I might not. Julie's asked a good question. Hey Stuart, I'm very tempted to get your new book. Could you tell me if I need any special equipment to attach magnetic fasteners from Julie? No, not at all. Not at all. No. Magnetic snaps, right, when you do, so something like this, right here on the front, right? This is a magnetic snap, 2 halves. Literally, what you do is there's a washer, and you put it on the front of the bag, you draw through the washer where the 2 slots are, cut little snips with some sharp scissors. I mean, sharp scissors are not specialist equipment. Every sewer should have a little pair of sharp scissors. And then you push the prongs through the little holes, and then you open the prongs out at the back, and it holds it in place. Do the same on this. Now, you can get a green machine, which will do various different things, including putting their special magnetic fasteners. But if you buy regular magnetic snaps like these, there's a Millwood magnetic snap in silver. You get the pair, the 2 bits. No specialist equipment required. Okay. Now, if you were to use something like a twist lock, this is a twist lock. Okay. All right. Twist lock. This part is applied in exactly the same way as this part. It's got 2 prongs on the back and a washer, and you mark the position, push the prongs through and open them out, and that is it fitted in place, okay? This half, you can see you've got 2 little screws. Now, if you've ever got a set of mini screwdrivers in a cracker, I hope you kept them because they're brilliant for this. But if you haven't, you can buy little sets of mini screwdrivers. Often for spectacle repairs, they're good. Or you might just have a little set. You can find a little set. I'm sure you'd find them online. Again, you're going to use the front to mark your fabric, mark the aperture, use those same sharp pointy scissors to cut a hole. Now, you are cutting a hole right through the flap that you've made. So you might want to practice this on a mock-up. You could mock up this flap because you can fit this and then you can take it off and then you can use it on another bag. So practicing with this doesn't sort of use it up. So I'd advise practicing. And then you just push the layers together and then screw it on. I mean, it's as simple as that. I do recommend as well that you sometimes get a few little fine threads, and I will do a Lisa Lamb and just get a lighter and very carefully just waft very briefly, and it'll just burn off the threads. Or you could snip them with scissors, but I find burning them off does a really nice, neat job. And that's that. But really, there's no specialist equipment that you need. A good sewing machine, a 90 needle or 100, some 90 needles, some 100 needles are great for bag making because they'll cope with the thick layers. There is very little specialist equipment that you need above and beyond what you would use for regular sewing and quilting. I'll show you. So here's my basic equipment. Look, an iron and an ironing surface, scissors, thread snips, little dish. They don't have to be little Chinese dishes. They could be jam jar lids. Anything. That's the specialist equipment, chopsticks. Friction pens, marking pencils, nice pins. These little clips are brilliant. You can get small, you can get large. They're brilliant for bag making. I suppose you might call them specialist, but quilters use these too. Glue sticks, glue pens are handy. Good needles. Some pattern weights, maybe. Don't have to. You can pin a pattern to fabric, can't you? A little bamboo folder. You can use that. A point turner, but you can use chopsticks instead. So, most of these things you've probably already got. these things, the sort of metalware that you use for bag making, twist locks. This is for putting little poppers on. They're handy. They're handy, but again, not essential because you can buy sew-on press studs as an alternative. Here's a little purse. You see, this, you literally just kind of podge a hole with this part, and then you've got your two halves, and you just click, and it's like a button on one side, or a little drawing pin maybe, and the other, yeah, just like that. So they're ever so good. This is a lovely little purse. You get the pattern concertina sides. It's ever so neat. It's ever so easy to make as well. And I'll just show you the the improv version. So this is the improv, and again, that was lovely to make, that patchwork, and a little bit of it appears inside as well. Now, let's talk about the bits and bobs that go inside bags. So talk about that, of course. I've got a few favourites. So one of my absolute favourites, you know this, is Bose Linar Form, and I like the single-sided fusible best. Stock up on this. This is £13.99 for half a metre, and it's the kind of thing that gives those bigger bags their sturdiness. Something like this bag, the Don't Shoot the Messenger bag. This has got Bose Linar Form in it as well. But equally, Yoga on the Beach has got big bag. That's got it in as well. So that's super useful. The other thing I really like is H640 and H630 actually. They're a thinner fusible polyester wadding. And polyester waddings are really good for bag making because they're a little less floppy and drapey than cotton or bamboo or blend quilt battings. So you can use H640 or H630 in quilted clothing, placemats, even quilts. But they tend to have a bit more substance to them, and that's because of the polyester. You can get £9.99, gets you a metre. It's 90 centimetres wide. Very good product, that. And then just, you know, medium weight fusible interfacing is your friend. This is the white iron-on interfacing. It's cut to order. Great. Yeah, brilliant. I use that for most linings, but also something like this, okay? This has just got medium fusible interfacing on the outer and also on the lining as well. And it gives this a really nice feel and a handle to it without making it sort of stiff or rigid. So yeah, buy lots of medium weight interfacing because you'll probably use it on every bag. These bits and bobs. They're bits and bobs, you know. I mean, when you see everything together, you think, gosh, that's a lot to amass. But if you look in your dressmaking stash, your quilting stash, you've probably got these notions. You might have, there might be one or two things which are in you don't need Roxanne's chalk pencils specifically, but they're great. You might only ever use friction pens. That's fine. You could probably just use pencil. You know, these are all fine too. When I didn't have these clips, I used little bulldog clips. They'll do the job. You build these things up over time. Yeah, you do. And these things I buy speculatively. Handles, shoulder straps, metalware. Most of the metalware is the same. On most bags, it's the same kind of stuff that we use again and again and again. The bag looks totally different. And it doesn't matter whether your style's modern, traditional or what. It kind of always works. One special thing I do think you should get, Emily Roberts, zip jig. It saved my sanity. I started off without one and I ended up throwing this zip across the room because it was getting shorter and shorter and shorter because the end was getting frayed. I was trying to put the zip pull on and it wasn't on. And then I got Emily's zip jig and it's like, Emily, I love you. So unhappy birthday, by the way, Emily. It's her birthday yesterday. But yeah, get these things as you go, as you need them. Make 100 bags. It has been very, very popular indeed. Thank you so much, everybody. I can't tell you how much your support and lovely comments and lovely messages, it really gives me such a motivation to keep going and to do more. Well done if you've got the book. Remember, these are all hardback. All my books are hardback. They're all signed. Not a sticker, not a print. That's me signing them. I sat in the warehouse for 8 hours and signed them all. Hi, Stuart. I got the book from Festival of Quilts. Fab book. I'm making the beach yoga bag as we speak. It takes me longer to choose the fabric for the bags than making them. Wendy. Bless you. Yes, that's the hardest bit, isn't it? What fabric am I going to make it out of? And then when you've chosen that, the making of the bag. I mean, I tell you why I first made bags. It was because I wanted something that I could make in an afternoon, a day, or a weekend. And it was done and useful and gorgeous. And, they scratched so many itches. Hi, Stuart. My husband has given me the money to purchase your book for my birthday on Tuesday. Susan, happy birthday. I can't wait to receive it. Sending your love from Susan. And the husband's a keeper. We love that. We love that. Happy wife, happy life. Am I right? I'm right. That's fab. That's fab. Charlie always says to me, just tell me what to buy for you. I always say I don't need anything. But this year for my birthday, I did know what I wanted. And yeah, so that was fine. It was an iPad. It was an iPad. It was an iPad. Well, I was just... Charlie didn't mind. No. Charlie didn't mind. But it was like, it was quite a few birthdays all put together. It was a big present, yes, it was. Because I had all the super duper, the pen and everything else, the keyboard, you name it. The whole kit and caboodle. Can I talk about... We Love Quilting, Volume 2. We Love Quilting, Volume 2. This is brand new. This launched this morning at 8 o'clock. We're almost sold out. We're almost sold out. If you want to get Volume 2... Now, if you got Volume 1 last month... no, actually, this was 3 months ago. Last month. This was We Love Scrap Quilting Volume 1. 3 scrap quilting patterns and how to scrap quilt explained. How to piece your batting, how to piece your backing and your binding, and 3 full patterns. But today, We Love Quilting Volume 2 is all about log cabins. Because I love a log cabin quilt. But this pattern gives you 4 brand new patterns. To start off with, we've got, what is a log cabin? What's the history of log cabin? Where did the design come from? How has it changed? How has it evolved? What are the design possibilities? How do I achieve the sunshine and shadows look? Now, most log cabin quilts, traditional and modern, have light and dark, and this is called sunshine and shadows. So we talk about how do I achieve value in my quilts and differentiate the lights, the mediums and the darks. That is useful to know for all quilting. You've also got tips and tricks, troubleshooting to make your quilting better, easier, more successful, not just for log cabin, but for all quilts. Then I'd already written the pattern and I thought, hang on, I haven't done a classic log cabin block here. So I went back and we've added how to make a classic 16-inch square log cabin block. Now this is jelly roll friendly. You've got all your measurements. You've got how to piece the block. Then you've got 8 different ways to set 16-inch block classic log cabin blocks. This again was an addition. I wasn't going to put this in originally, but I thought, well, I've done the classic log cabin now. Let's show how to set it. This quilt would be 76 inches square. I also give you the dimensions for your borders to make it 76 inches square. So that's your next 8 quilts taken care of. Then we go to our first proper pattern. You've already got all of that. This is our first proper pattern. Thick and thin, curvy log cabin. Now it's an illusion of curves. You don't sew any curves. Easy, successful, full pattern. This is that quilt. 60 inches square, full instructions. Next up, fresh pineapple. Here's the fresh pineapple quilt. Pineapple log cabin. Totally different technique, totally different look, and given a fresh modern twist. Full instructions. That quilt is 61.5 inches by 75. Then, Manx log cabin. Now, Manx log cabin looks like log cabin, is log cabin, but the construction method is totally unique. It is a totally unique method of patchwork. You can hand sew it or machine sew it. It is sewn to a fabric foundation, but you don't print it. You fold it, increase it. I give you full instructions. It is so thoroughly addictive. You are welcome. Yeah. Now, then, because traditionally Manx quilts are not quilted, I decided to include instructions on how to tie a quilt. Now, tying a quilt can be done on any quilt, not just a coverlet or a Manx. You could tie your next Kaffe Fassett quilt. It's a really traditional method for finishing a quilt. And you can also button a quilt. So I give you method 1 and method 2. I also devote a page to how log cabin quilts are traditionally quilted. So I've tried to give you as much as I possibly can in one pattern. Now, this is close to selling out. How many in baskets? Oh, okay. So how many? Okay, so I've got less than 100 patterns left. Now, we're officially given an infinite number of patterns, but it's the maximum that can be loaded on our system, and we are less than 100 off selling out of that. So it's a bit like the millennium bug all over again. And this happened with volume 1. We broke the system and we had to call an official sellout, which isn't supposed to be able to happen, but sometimes it does. And it's going to happen again. So, yes, it's not infinity, but it's lots of 9s all together in a row. Anyway, if you want to get hold of volume 2, today's the day. Remember, you get how to make a classic log cabin, how to make a Manx log cabin, how to make a pineapple log cabin, and how to make a curvy, thick and thin, including lots of history, tips and tricks. Now, if you didn't join the party last time, you still can. We've got volume 1 back in stock. Now, all of this for $11.99. My idea with this is every 2 or 3 months there's going to be a new volume. And it'll be its own genre of quilt. So it will hold completely together. You do not need any of the ones before or after to use the patterns. You'll always get a minimum of 3 full quilt patterns within your volume. You'll also get lots of tips, tricks, know-how, stories, bit of history, other things that you can apply to all of your quilt making. How to work with colour, how to feel more confident, that sort of thing. This one, the first volume, was Scrappy quilting. Now, if I ask you, do you have scraps? I know the answer. It's yes. Of course we do. Do we know how to use? Are we confident? Are we using them? Probably not. You've got the opportunity to make a quilt that feels free I mean, it's almost cost neutral. If you've already got all the stuff, it's just sitting there. You don't need to go out and buy more necessarily. You can use what you have. So look, loads of information about scrap quilts. Top tips for scrap quilting. How to work with colour, how to use pre-cuts, make memory quilts, how to sort your scraps, and the sort of do's and the don'ts and can I, will I, should I? The answer is, of course, you should. But also loads of information about how to create colour schemes. You can apply that to any quilt. How to piece scraps of batting together to make a free batting to go inside from all your bits and bobs. How to make a backing fabric from bits and bobs. Even how to make your binding from bits and bobs. Then you get 3 full patterns. You get the Sticks and Stones quilt, beginner friendly, jelly roll friendly. You get the bold braid quilt, totally different thing, not blocks, but linear bands of patchwork, super fun technique, made there with Tim Holtz scraps. So much fun. And then you get the radiant circles, illusion of circles, no curved piecing required. So many of you are making this. Again, full pattern, full instructions, and a couple of options on how to piece this part right here. You can foundation piece. You've also got templates, but it's easy to do. All of that for $11.99. I hope lots of you are going to buy every volume because it will build together to create a whole kind of compendium, encyclopedia of quilting. I'd like to do some kind of folder or binder or storage system for it. Wouldn't that be fun? I'm working on that. But yeah, that's volume 1. You can also get volume 2 today, which is just released today. That's We Love Quilting, volume 2, Log Cabin Quilts. Curvy, classic, Manx, and pineapple, plus history, tips, tricks, hacks. $11.99. Don't forget, you can still get my brand new book, Make 100 Bags. We've had it on the hour. Signed copies, make 100 bags. Use your scraps. Cost neutral. Love it. Love it. And you're making a saving, $19.99. Now, we're going to go to a break. The next hour, I'm really excited about this quilt. It's the Vase quilt from Jenny Jackson. It's brand new today. This is your chance to use all those prints you don't want to cut up and you really want to show off. Everybody needs this pattern. But that's one of 2. There's another brand new pattern in the hour for these beautiful blooms. Imagine a border around a quilt made in those. That's coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist like that and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, Every single line emanates from your waistline, and if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is. Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hey, it is my 4th anniversary weekend, and that means that you could win a sewing machine. You heard me. You heard me right. Thank you. The Brother RL425 sewing machine is our prize today on our Shop to Win. Every single item you buy is an extra go in the draw. I'll be announcing winners tomorrow. Yes. Now, welcome back, Jenny Jackson.
Hello.
Whoop, whoop. Jenny.
Yes.
I'm in love with these two projects.
Good, thank you.
Totally in love with them. Will you just pass me the blocks over?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
there
I mean, look
you
at the quilt,
go.
but look at the blocks. The first one is the Vase quilt. Look at these blocks.
They are from two different collections. The pink one doesn't go with that.
Look at these blocks. They are so amazing. This is foundation pieced vases showing off large prints. I mean, incredible.
Oh,
really well done. These are beautiful. These are beautiful. This is the first of 2 brand new patterns today. Let's get straight into it. Now, I've got 2 different kits first off. Let's start with this one right here. Now, first off, you're getting your pattern. How many blocks do I end up making?
20.
20 blocks. There are 3 different
3 different
vases,
but you can mix and match the bands on the vases.
Oh, I like that. Do they all fit?
Yeah, yeah. So here,
Yeah.
what you could do is you could have done the handles in the same print and only had the yellow
Oh,
along the
cute.
top.
Yeah.
So it's completely up to you. You could have had that as the print and one band of a colour.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do it exactly how I've done it
Got you.
at all. Yeah.
Looks great though. So you've got your feature fabrics. These are the fabrics you're going to use for your vases. Now these are all Moda fabrics. And how glowing and beautiful are these? Absolutely stunning. You've got all of your feature fabrics. 6 fat quarters, Moda flower patches. 6 fat quarters, really popular. Really popular. Now you're also getting, you always pick the most divine, juicy cotton solids.
It's my favourite job.
These are stunning. You get 1/2 meters of each of these. You've got a purple, you've got a couple of pinks, and you've got that fabulous sort of spearmint. I mean, they go so beautifully together. These are your details on your vases. They are also the sashings around the blocks. And then you've got 3 meters of white solid. This is going to form the background, your piecing. For each of the blocks. Now the quilt that's hanging behind Jenny, just so that you know, that is a digital printed panel to show you how the quilt would look. If I just grab this,
I cheated. Sorry, guys.
Oh, well, it's all right. It's all right. But if I grab this, this is how vibrant your colours are.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's nowhere near as bright.
Yeah. And actually, top left block is the same block. So you can see the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yours is going to be bright and beautiful. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. So you get all of that fabric. It's an amazing bundle of fabric, actually. 5 meters plus 6 fat quarters. You're also getting your full pattern. And within that pattern, you've got your master copies of your foundations for your vases.
You do.
Okay. You will then photocopy them and produce. Now, our second bundle. Now this.
Want me to take those?
Oh, I'll give you that one.
Okay.
So this is these kind of fabrics here. These are delicious. Absolutely delicious. These are your 6 colours. A little bit sort of darker.
Yeah, so I split the collection up and thought, oh, you could definitely get two quilts out of that.
Yeah. Oh, that is so rich. So those are your 6 fat quarters. Here, you've got the teal. You've got navy. 1/2 meters of each of these, remember. That gorgeous plummy purple, and then a fabulous vibrant pink. And then you've also got 3 meters of white. So the white solid is used throughout to create that real pop. So 5 meters of fabric here, another 6 fat quarters here. This is all for $74.99. I can't believe we've got any left. They are flying out. Be quick. Then you've got your pattern. All of your techniques explained, your 3 different vases. In terms of a level of foundation piecing, are we total beginner? Are we confident beginner?
Confident beginner?
Confident
Yeah,
beginner,
honestly, 2 of them are easier than the one with the handles, but again, that one's a confident beginner could do that. I would say a beginner could do the other ones.
But if you wanted to, you could make one of the simplest vase and just repeat that.
Oh, yeah, yeah, completely. You can do as you please.
Fabulous.
And also the sashing is around each block, so you haven't got to worry about the long strips of sashing or anything.
Cool.
You know, it's just
Yeah.
small. We work in
Great.
blocks.
Now, I was raving about this pattern earlier on. So many different ways you could use this. This is the pattern on its own. 1 block make a cushion, 3 blocks make a runner. small wall quilt, big bed quilt. It's a great opportunity to show off a special print. Or a ditzy print would look amazing. I mean, Liberty would look amazing in these.
Liberty vases, that'd be so posh, wouldn't
so
it?
pretty.
It'd be so pretty.
And yeah, blue and white fabric. Janet Clare, need I say more?
And then I can imagine, like, you know, often you buy Kaffe because you really like the massive big prints. You're like, what can I actually do with it?
Yeah.
Imagine Kaffe vases.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be
Look,
mad.
we also had Iconic from Anna Maria.
Yes, Anna
week or
Maria
two
would be
ago.
great for it
Yeah.
because some of her floral prints are quite large prints.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. All of these would work. If you've got favourite, like Japanese fabrics or, you know, even batiks, things like that would look awesome.
Yeah. Bit of everything.
If you've collected fabrics, special fabrics, they would also work. It really shows off because in each of the vases, the main body starts as one piece. There's no piecing within this piece of fabric. So this, you can really show off one print and you're not going to end up sort of slicing and dicing.
African wax print would be
amazing.
amazing.
Shibori.
Yeah. All of it, everything.
All of the fabrics work. Really cool. I love it. I've already asked Jenny to make a quilt in my next fabric range in this design.
I have accepted.
Kate from Merseyside says, gorgeous pattern. I can totally see a table runner with Tilda vases. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, you know those prints where they have the humans, the Tilda, there's
Yes.
actually people like lying down and sitting up. And,
Yes,
oh,
Sunday brunch.
yes, that's the one.
Yeah. Well, the brand new Tilda collection launches tomorrow morning. First time ever Christmas range, Merry Little Christmas, tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, I would love that.
It is divine.
Christmas vases.
There you
Who
go.
said you can't
Yeah,
have Christmas
could.
vases?
You absolutely could. You absolutely could. Beautiful. So you get your full pattern. That's the physical pattern. Now, if you want digital, we can do digital. Have a look on the website for that. Now, if you want a quick route to sewing, you're going to want this. So you bought your instructions, but this is a pack with all of your foundations already printed for you. Everything is there. Now, you don't get the pattern. You will need to buy the pattern separately. But here are all of your foundations to make 20 blocks.
Indeed.
Make 20 blocks. It's all been done for you. You don't need a photocopier. You can get straight to the sewing. So this is a great option. It's a great option. $12.99. It takes away having to do it yourself. Now, if you've got a scanner, printer, no problem. If you've got a copy shop nearby that you can get it to, no problem. Always check that the sizes come out correct with your original, your master copy.
Always, always.
Put them together and make sure.
They've got the 1 inch at the bottom of every page of templates, not just one of them on every page.
You can see
so
that
that
right
you
there.
can always check against the 1 inch.
Now, remember, these are all printed for you. You will need the instructions separately. This bundle isn't in the fabric bundle. So if you wanted to, of course, you can get your bundle with pattern and then add this into your basket as well and literally jump straight to the sewing. No hanging about, crack straight on. You all right? It's a great option to have that. I like that. Okay, remember you can get digital if you want. We'll give you those graphics. You can find it on the website too, but here are the graphics for the digital download. OWJ385. Different set of graphics to the regular printed pattern, of course. All right, that's that. Right, now that's the first, but we've now got a separate, different, brand new project. It's this. How beautiful is that? This is the abstract flower cushion. It's that sort of blend of hexy, almost looks English paper pieced, but it's not. It's foundation pieced. But it's got that sort of look. It's sort of Granny's flower garden, literally made modern.
Yeah, it was really fun to do.
It's gorgeous. Yeah. And you could make a cushion. Your kit makes a cushion for $24.99. That's amazing value. Is that the backing as well?
Yeah.
And your binding?
Yeah. Yeah, you just use Scrappy. If you want to use Scrappy binding, you can just cut it before you cut the pieces for the foundation.
No. But you've got your pattern as well. So, of course, you could make a whole quilt like this. You could do a table runner, a whole row of flowers for a table runner would be glorious, or a wide quilt border. This is your bundle. You've got a metre of white fabric for your background and the back of your cushion. Then you've got your 4 fat eighths to make all your piecing and your Scrappy binding. That is lovely. All that for $24.99. Brilliant. Now, I've got a second option. That's the original colourway. But I've got a second option, and this is taking it to sort of a whole graphic new level.
I've got one sample of
Oh,
flower.
amazing. Can I just borrow that for a second? Oh, I love this. This is under £20. Oh, look at that.
So you get an extra fat eighth with this one.
Pardon me?
You get an extra fat eighth with this one.
Oh, you do?
Because I felt like it needed 2 greens.
Agreed. Look. You get your 2 greens, you get your 3. That is sensational. And you get your metre of white. This is going to be gone in a heartbeat. You get your full instructions as well. That is really, really stunning. Really stunning. That makes me want to just make it in the solids now. But think, once you've got the pattern, imagine them done yellow roses or pink roses, red
ones. You could just do a rose quilt with all the colours.
It's stunning. You know the other, is this the taller or the
That's
shorter?
the smaller one.
That's the smaller. So are they all like rectangular?
Yeah.
Oh, so then you could really mix and match to create a quilt border.
Yeah, because you just add a plain piece of fabric to the top of the smaller one so they're all lined up.
Oh.
So they line up along the bottom.
Third of the stock's gone already. How many baskets, Hannah? Amazing. You're all rushing to this one now. It's stunning. That is absolutely stunning. I'm just going to show you again the original, which has these beautiful floral prints. Delicious. And I love how you've used some of the purples and the blues to make the other half of the leaves.
Yeah, because there wasn't another green in the collection.
Clever.
So I was like, do you know what? And I didn't want a solid. Didn't think a solid would work.
No.
So I was like, no, we'll mix it.
But that's really stunning. So the side graphic, the smaller graphic, is that floral version, the original. But so many of you are going for the solids. The right pattern, totally. Solids.
I love a solid, though, you know that. I'm forever fishing through the cards to see what I can make with solids.
Yeah, really gorgeous. You get a lot as well. Oh, gosh, I've only got 5 left. Be quick, won't you? You get a metre of white. You get 5 fat eighths. So that's over half a metre of fabric.
You have
there.
so much left over from those. If you don't use it for the binding, you'll have loads left.
Yeah, the graphic says 4 pieces. You actually get 5. It's wrong. You get 5. It probably shouldn't be $19.99. If that's probably based on it being 4. But anyway, 5 fat eighths, which is over half a metre of fabric. So you're getting over 1.5 meters of fabric. And you're getting your full pattern with, remember, your full foundations, full instructions. And you always do good chunky instructions. You don't assume any knowledge. That has sold out. Remember, don't cut up and use this. This is your master. Right, instructions on their own. Paper copy first. Physical pattern first. Thanks, Jenny.
That's all right.
I'll give you that.
Oh, yeah.
Back as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we go. Physical instructions. Definitely up for making a border on a quilt. Love it. Love it. Could you mix vases and flowers?
Well, yeah, I reckon you could. Because you know,
I wouldn't put them in the vase, but I might have them next to the vase.
Different ones. Because all you have to do is remember, just add to the top or the bottom to make the blocks the same size.
And I like that you said the top or the bottom, because
you could do as you please. And remember, just cut the fabric slightly bigger and trim it down. It's all fine. It works.
Everything will fit. Everything
fits.
Lush. $9.99 for the physical pattern. That's lovely. And then if you want the digital pattern, Digital pattern. Digital pattern. I'm being teased here. And now, if you'd like someone else to do some of the hard work for you, we've got you covered. We've got a pack. $7.99 for printed foundations. This is enough for your cushion. This is all you'll need for your cushion. $7.99 for pre-printed foundations. Saves you the job of doing it yourself. Remember, you do need the pattern. You need to get the pattern, but you can get the foundations on their own. Okay. Can we do a little bit of vase then?
Yeah, of course we can. So I've prepped quite a bit because I didn't know how much time we would have. If we have time, I just wanted to show you, this is one block. Which way? I'm doing it all wrong. So this is one vase block before. And just so you know, it's as simple as adding white borders to the top and bottom, right sides together, press, and then you add the others. So I will show you that if we've got time, but I would rather get onto the old FPP. So I thought I would do the harder of the 3 vases because that makes sense, right? Trying to decide, do I do the other handle first, and if we have time we do the vase, because obviously there's loads of pieces to add to that, or would you rather see the vase bottom? A bit indecisive because I want to show parts together. Let's do the handle first, and then if we've got time then we'll do the other bit, because this is probably the hardest bit of the actual
of everything,
and it's not even hard because you're just lining everything. I've done all the technical computer design stuff in order to make sure everything goes together.
Gosh, you really do the hard work working these out.
I just sit there like this sometimes. I can't do it anymore.
It's a real skill.
Because everything's flipped over. So you design, I tend to design how I want it finished, but then I have to remember to mirror it. Or it will all be back to front once you say, had that with the alphabet and the numbers. The
nice thing about the vases is they are symmetrical.
They are, they are.
What you see is what you get.
Yes, that is true. Right, so this one is made up of a fair few parts, and I've done the first few, but I thought we'll sew a handle together. FPP is the same technique all the way through. I've got one template here cut. I always cut outside the dashed lines. I've recently done another introduction to FPP workshop at my studio, and once again all the light bulb moments were happening.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Yes, I understand it now. I just love it. It's my favourite thing to teach.
And it's one of the most significant and kind of quilt changing techniques you'll ever learn.
Yeah, it is. Right, so I've just pre-folded along the lines I'm going to sew on, only because I find that easier when you're folding the paper back in later stages if you've already got those pre-folds. So for the first piece, it's wrong side of fabric to the wrong side of the template. So obviously if you've got the printed fabric, the print would be there. And then you need to make sure it's going to cover the whole of F1 in this case, and 1/4 of an inch around F1 at least. So I've given cutting suggestions for all the pieces for you guys. It didn't take long at all, 5 hours.
Oh.
Because sometimes it's easier for everyone to just cut and copy instead of work it out themselves.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's joyful doing that. Then I have to cut them out and check they all blooming fit, don't I?
Of course.
And I'm like, oh, no, too small. Because FPP's pieces being too small are a nightmare. Right, so I'm just going to pin this in place out of the way of the line that I am going to be sewing on first.
Which is the line between 1 and 2.
Between 1 and 2. So now I'm going to fold over, and I'm just going to checking F1 is actually meant to be the colour. It is. That is a big piece of fabric. I've got a feeling I've just cut random bits of fabric out. Right, so I've folded the paper over on the line and I'm just going to trim off that excess fabric so you have 1/4 of an inch of fabric there. And then you're going to open that paper out and you're going to get your fabric to cover F2. And I can't remember which piece of fabric that is. I actually think it is the slightly larger piece. Is it? Look, I had them clipped in order, and then once I came...
Took the clip off.
I took the clip off. Do you know what?
Looks about right.
It does look about right. This is why I do this. Always fold to make sure you've positioned it correctly.
Good tip.
Because once you've sewn, you've sewn. Right, so I'm going to place those fabrics right sides together. Lower your stitch length. So my Dookie loves to FPP on 1.2.
Okay.
But my Britannias in my studio, they like 1.4. Because when I was doing 1.2, the paper was ripping a bit much. So play with your machine. The smaller the better, no smaller than 1.2. You don't want a big stitch either, because then it's harder to tear the paper away afterwards. Right, so then we're going to hold that in place and take it over to the machine. And we are going to sew between lines 1 and 2, and I always say start a couple of stitches before the line and finish a couple of stitches after. This just keeps those stitches nicely when you fold the paper back. You're not going to get left in many, left with any gaps. A lot of people don't do that, I think. Do you do it? You always do, yeah.
Before and after.
I saw someone say never go over the line, and I don't know when it was. It was quite recently. I saw some, and I was like, never? There's rules? I was like, no. Because I worry that you'd end up, if you don't go over the line, where the cross piece of fabric, wouldn't you just have a little gap?
Stitch.
Yeah.
There. Also, as well, I don't want to have to be that exact.
No, neither do I.
Thanks.
That's why we like FPP, because you don't have to be exact.
It looks, it is exact.
It's so exact, but so long as you can try sew on the line.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. So I've folded that fabric over and just use my seam roller.
We'll pop the seam roller in.
And now we're going to fold on the line, because I want to cover fabric 3, so we're going to fold on the line between 1, 2 and 3, because it goes all the way across the other 2. So this is where the pre-folding comes in handy, because I've already got that fold, and then those couple of extra stitches there.
Now they've torn the tiniest
paper.
little hole in the paper. Does that matter?
It doesn't matter at all.
Great.
Your stitches are secure, and that is what matters. There we go, and we're going to trim off that excess fabric again. Now, open
We'll give
the
you the
paper
details
out.
for the add-a-quarter rulers.
Oh yes, do. They
Is that
are
a long
amazing.
or a short? 12 inch?
It's 12 inch.
12 inch.
There we go. And then again, now it will be fabrics right sides are together again. Like this, and you're just going to fold over and check you've placed that right. That is a nice big piece of fabric.
Really is a nice big piece.
I would always say cut bigger when it comes to FPP, because you just don't want to sew and then it not.
It's not worth the tears.
It's definitely not.
And those bits you're trimming off, they're not waste. They're not waste.
Just come on.
Because it's what it takes to get that accuracy.
And you know what you can do? You can save them for confetti quilting, can't you? I always think that if you really don't want to throw the bits away, save it. There we go. My thread is really... I've got a big Aurifil one, but there's hardly any left on it.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes it's just unthreading itself.
Ah, you're playing bobbin chicken?
Well, yeah,
Right.
but the top, yeah. But, because what I tend to do is when they get a bit lower, I tend to just wind loads of bobbins with it.
Yeah.
Because I like a big full one on the top.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I've gone a bit... I moved my fabric there, but it doesn't matter because the fabric's so big. There we go. So I folded that piece of fabric over. And then... that is part F done. It's only got 3 pieces to it. That's why I thought it would be good to show you this one. Right, then we're going to trim off the excess fabric and paper. So line up your 1/4 inch mark on your ruler on the solid line, not on the dash line, on the solid line. And take your time when you do this. When you're trimming off every piece, take your time. And don't hold your ruler like that. My first time in all the years that I've been quilting, I held my ruler weirdly, because I was in a weird position and just went straight across it. First time. Ooh. I know, I was so cross with myself. There we go. And we're just going to trim that all the way around this.
You never trim on solid lines.
No, never true, because then your vase is going to be tiny.
And not
You're
the
going
right
to
shape.
lose all the... Yeah, this is true.
Well,
And
it
then
makes me want to cry if someone in a class does that, because somebody inevitably does.
Yeah,
just
it's
a
always the
moment.
way.
Stop thinking for a moment.
Probably won't do it again. It's one of those. And as you can see here on this template, there's a dashed line there, which technically you don't have a solid line to line up with. So what I always say is line your ruler on the dash line there, the edge of your ruler on the dash line, and just go off there like that. There we go. Trimming, trimming, trimming. So the flowers are made in the exact same way for the cushion. I have done some demo, but like FPP is exactly the same. Always sew in numerical order. Always sew the parts together like so. So I've got here, there we go. If I flip that over, you can see that's finished. So we've got here part H, F, and G. So F, G, H.
Oh, I can see the
handle
on a vase.
There we go, because obviously they look all strange. So now, take the first top two pieces, right sides together, and I do have this in the pattern, all of it. As you can see, they line up perfectly, and then you're going to sew all the way from the edge, all the way off the other edge. What I suggest is, if you haven't got the confidence of starting 1/4 inch, measure and pencil it in.
Yeah.
Just extend that solid line all the way across. It just makes, you know, it even easier.
And you're not having to guess where the start and finish is, because you've already trimmed the dog ears off when you trimmed around your paper template.
Exactly that. And that's why I do the templates, because some templates you can get can be just pointed.
Yeah.
But then you end up, so this is the hardest part, I find.
Yeah. But there's no guesswork with your method.
Working out which angle those bits should be at is torturous. I printed out 20 of this, but I sew them together without fabric.
Right.
I just sew paper to paper.
Yes.
Fold over to
check them.
Yeah.
So, and then you have to move it a tiny increment.
On the computer and save it and save it and save it. Yeah, it's so much fun.
I've said this many times, you know, the work that Jenny does designing these foundation pieced patterns is immense. It is very complicated. It's why I don't tend to do foundation pieced patterns.
Honestly.
I love foundation piecing, but
it takes a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's just...
yeah. Especially when you're doing something pictorial or with
Well, this is
multiple
it.
elements.
This is it, and they are fun. I had someone message me the other day. In fact, it was Angela who messaged in earlier for more sewing themed ones, because I started doing the sewing themed ones.
Oh yeah.
Then we had Christmas, and then because it was your anniversary, Jess requested a quilt of some type. So this is what happened. So hopefully we'll get the sewing notion themes back up and running.
Yeah.
So we've done scissors, a sewing machine, seam ripper.
Great.
So yeah, they'll be fun.
Fantastic.
Right, so I'm just removing the paper from within the seams I've just sewn.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you end up starting to get paper caught in the seams, tiny bits, and you've got to get your tweezers out to get them out, and we don't need that. So then what I'm going to do now, I'll just move this over here quickly, is just press that seam open.
So you haven't removed the seam allowance paper anywhere else? It's
No.
just where those two are put together?
Yes, exactly that. As I'm sewing it together, each time when I sew this piece to another piece, I will then remove the paper from that seam.
It also sort of spreads the workload, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just don't want to be fiddling around with tweezers at all.
Very good tip.
There we go. So that's the top.
Look
And
how
then
beautifully that's lined up now along the
you say that,
sides.
and then I'm going to do the next one, and I'm going to move it while I'm sewing.
Well, we hope not, Jenny Jackson.
Right.
Queen of paper piecing.
Then it's these two onto here. And as you can see, even though these pieces look slightly smaller, they're not.
No.
Did I do my sewing machine with you and I had the pointed needle and you just couldn't believe it? But
Was
then
that
I showed
how
you the
did you-
size of the fabric
Yes,
I used, and it
yeah.
wasn't that small. So we're lining this up now, she says, as well as I can on telly. There we go. And then we're just going to sew again all the way across. Like I said, if you don't feel confident with that, just extend the line, the solid line, with a pencil or pen, and then we'll be good to go. I don't think I cut this piece that well. Yeah, and you can pin these together, or even put a dab of like sew line within the seam allowance.
Glue, yeah.
Yeah. So when I'm trimming off my FPP, if I ever have, I don't know how other way to describe this, a large flappy bit of fabric, I always, before I trim off the excess paper and fabric, I always put a bit of sew line in the seam allowance. Or when you're trimming off on that, your fabric's going to move and you're going to get an annoying bit.
I'm with you on that. Some of the really big pieces, like corner triangles on fabric.
Yeah, so the bottoms of the underneath the petals on the cushion.
Yeah.
Those, no, the underneath the petals. The square, the rectangles, the petals. Oh, no, I mean leaves.
You mean the leaves?
That's why.
These bits,
yes. Yeah, I was like, why aren't you understanding what I'm saying?
You're a real horticulturalist, aren't you?
Yeah, so I did on those, or they just flap about a bit when you're trying to cut them, the fabric might move.
Yeah. So you pop a little bit of glue in the seam allowance.
Yeah, on the paper.
Stick them down. How's that lined up?
I don't know. Let's press it. Shall we press it? So I've removed the paper from that seam again, and we are going to... I feel like you put so much pressure on me.
Oh, I didn't mean
We could avoid it. We could just avoid it if it's slightly wonky.
No, let's get the... Dan's poised to get the camera right in. No, I'm joking.
There we go. It's absolutely fine. There we go.
Look at that.
So that's the handle done. So, you know, each of those handles only has a few pieces. Right, so now we're going to sew the top part together. I would usually make the bottom of the vase before, but let's see what we've got time for.
Sure.
I just think this is the next step, because you can always look past at my previous How to FPP monthly sessions. Like last month we did what? I can't remember what I designed last month. Oh, baubles and stuff, wasn't it? It's the same. Yeah, it's the same method of placing the fabric. So you can always look back at those. Right, so now if you would look here, we have part E and part B there. So they're like this when they're wrong sides up. Okay, but when you flip them over, remember, B is going to end up over this side, and F is going to end up over this side. So I'm just going to, it doesn't matter which one you sew on first here, but I'm going to sew this one down here, like so. Okay? Again, you can extend that solid line, should you desire that. Oh, I haven't cut that bottom one right. Oh, well. Let's just do it.
But when you see these pieces going together, you realise why you would only ever foundation piece this.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not a square to a rectangle.
Yeah.
It's an odd shape to an odd shape.
Exactly that. Oh, I've not lined those up. But the nice thing is as well, you can't really draw without FPPing. Do you know what I mean? Like images.
Yeah, your pictorial block.
Yeah, they're so much fun.
Yeah.
Oops. I didn't line that up properly. It moved when I got it to the machine.
Okay.
It's tele-sewing. We're just trying to do as much as we can in a little time.
Once it's all together and quilted, no one will care.
Well, no, if I was doing it at home, I'd just take my time anyway. Yeah. I never rush when I'm at home doing something like this. Again, I've just removed the seam from in here. Now you can, it's up to you what... I always say press the seams open, but technically you don't have to at this point. If you would rather pop them to one side, you totally can. In fact, I'm just going to do that just to see what it's like. I usually open the seams up. And then now we're going to add the other one to this side. So again, you'll see how they line up. I'm going to reline that up on here. And again, like I said, draw the line if you think you're going to go wonky. Oh, if I've not cut these out. I say this with rushing when I was trying to get all the
when you see
the prep work.
Right, what do you mean?
I've just, because I've been rushing, I've not taken my time. You know, when I said really take your time lining
with
up
the seam
your
allowance,
solid line
Yeah.
on your quarter of an inch line on your ruler with that solid line. Like, really, that to me is the part that you take the most time in. Because if you don't cut that accurately, they will end up being slightly bigger. And I'm not going to lie, with it being the summer holidays and everything, I was rushing to do the prep work.
Yeah, when does school go back?
Don't. Dylan goes back to school on Friday.
For one day?
For one day and not even a full day. He doesn't have to go in until something like, I don't know, 10 o'clock.
Right.
And then, where's my thread gone? Yeah, he goes in at about 10 o'clock or something like that. And I'm just there thinking, just let him stay off till Monday.
Yeah.
I hate it when he goes back after the summer holidays.
Do you?
Yeah.
Like having him at home?
I just get used to, because obviously he's older. He's just there. And it's just so nice having him there. He comes down every so often and entertains me with some random facts or whatever.
Love that.
And I just love it, yeah. Comes down to see the dog. He's been cooking loads of his own dinners while it's been holidays as well.
Oh, gosh, that's such a skill, isn't it, being able to cook?
Well, I mean,
food?
we're just getting used to the air fryer, so it's just great.
Oh, okay.
It's just quick jobs for him.
But good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing food tech GCSE. So,
excellent.
Yeah. He doesn't, really eat the stuff, but...
Do you enjoy his food?
He's better at cooking than me. Well, he's better at baking than me. I can't bake, but I can cook. He's really got the knack for baking.
That's awesome.
I'm horrific. And I'm okay with that. I've come to accept I shall never be a baker.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Who knows? But yeah, I hear you.
Well, I've got my lovely neighbour and my friend up the road. They both bake, and they've been baking cakes for my workshops.
So you don't need to be able to bake.
I don't need to, not when you know baking.
Some bakes, your neighbours bake.
Exactly.
You got it made.
Exactly, I have indeed.
Oh, that looks so cool. Wait till you see this.
There we go. So I've just done that a bit high.
Fab.
But that's okay because it's all about black. And then the top piece goes across the top there like that. It's so fun just to quickly sew together. So where you see where that I've done it too high up because I was saying about the cutting.
Yeah.
I would just line that up anyway.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. It'll
Yeah.
be absolutely fine. I don't know why it is whenever I'm here and I move the fabric from my desk onto the sewing machine, everything just moves.
Well, you're having to cope with cameras and
I suppose it's
people.
the standing as well, and
Yeah.
I don't stand up.
Oh no, I
that way.
don't.
Oh no. I do enough standing up cutting the fabric. Doesn't that go on forever sometimes?
Now, isn't that something you could train your son to do? All your cutting
I'm not
for
sure
you?
Dylan and a rotary cutter would go together.
Oh, fair enough.
Especially if he's going to go through a growth spurt, because that boy, just before a growth spurt, is so clumsy. He walks into door frames.
Oh.
And if he walks into a door frame more than once, I'm like, oh, here we go again, you're about to grow.
Oh.
Somehow he managed to smack his head on the sliding door the other day, opening it, and I was like, how did
Mind
you
you,
do
it's
that,
6
kiddo?
foot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting
And if
used
you've
to
been
his
used
height.
to being smaller.
Yeah. Who knows if he's going to stop. He will stop eventually.
Yeah. Is it still growing?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just turned 15 in July, so I'd be surprised if he stopped now, but I love it. It's like my protector now already. And I'm walking along the street with him. I'm like, I feel so safe.
Yes.
I'm like, there he is.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just removing again the seams within where I've just sewn, just to make life easier for me. Sorry, this takes a minute. Like I said, I do usually press open and not to one side at this part, but actually it's a bit quicker on telly to press to the side, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to open that out there. So I use a seam roller when I'm doing the FPP piecing of the fabrics, but I always use a dry iron and make sure it's dry, because if you use steam, your paper's going to get soggy.
Yes.
And no one needs soggy paper. There you go. So that's the top of that. And it just comes together so easily that it's really not...
It's gorgeous.
Even though that's the hardest part. And it's not at all, because all the other ones are made from, like this one, for example. This is part A.
Yep. 3
And then
pieces
you've got
of
part
fabric.
B, part D. So that's all strips that you're just going to place on top of each other. Whereas that one, you've got that and then the middle bit. So, sorry, there. So that's why I wanted to show you that.
Sure.
But then the base bits, I can show you, can start sewing a base. Do you want me to do any of the flower cushion, or it's exactly the same? I don't mind.
It's up to you, entirely up to you. A nice message from Alison. She says, hi guys, just got Jenny's vases for my leftover William Morris fabrics on a black background.
Oh,
loving the demo.
That will be so nice. I was thinking, do you know my teacup quilt, Time for Tea, that I did with the William Morris cave? That would be a good vase one.
It would
as
be
well,
incredible.
wouldn't it?
Are there any bits on the abstract flower cushion that people might get stuck on? Because it's obviously same skills.
It's exactly the same
exactly
skill.
the same.
It's even easier than
Fine.
ours is, because your pieces are slightly smaller, but not too small. It's part sewn together. There's a part actually that is sewn together like 2 and then 3, just like this almost. So I've just shown you. You're just. It's honestly so easy, and you can always message me.
You make it easy because you trim the corners so that when you put them together, even if they're an odd angle, it's a straight line. I know, it's hard. It is.
But
I can't emphasise enough how hard you work to.
It's fun. It's so much fun. Once you get there.
Is it such fun?
Such fun.
Such fun.
Such fun.
Oh, Miranda. We're just, in case you hadn't guessed, Charlie and I are just watching all the old series of Miranda.
Oh, that's great, though.
Loving it.
Oh, that is great.
Friends.
I haven't watched that for years.
We hadn't. And we're just watching, we've been watching Ridley.
Yes.
Which is nearly 2 hours. And then just at the end of the evening, it was like, oh, what could we watch for half an hour? So we've been doing Miranda and enjoying it very much.
Doesn't Ridley finish at 10?
Oh, no, we only ever watch them on on demand.
I was going to say 10, and then you still stay up for another half an hour to watch something.
Gosh, no.
No, it's bedtime at 10.
Absolutely.
Still, and so funny, because it's a summer holiday, so he can stay up till whenever. I'm not bothered. But he always comes down at 10 to 10 and starts closing the house up for me, like pulling the curtains and checking the doors are locked and everything, because he knows I'm going to be ready for bed at 10 o'clock.
Now, I want to be vindicated here. Charlie thinks I'm really weird that before I go to bed, I want to sort of return the downstairs to its morning state. So curtains opened and sitting room tidied, cushions plump, so that when we come downstairs in the morning, the curtains are open.
I'm not keen on the curtain idea, because I feel like people could look in, depending on where you live.
Yeah.
Or if someone wanted to break in, they could have a peek to see what they could see.
Okay.
So that freaks me out a bit.
Okay.
But the rest of it, I do like to have bits set up.
It's only goats peeping in at ours.
Well, exactly. I'd quite like that.
Oh, no, they do quite a bit of damage if they got in the house up here.
Right, so I've just thought we'll do a bit of the vase quickly.
Let's do that.
I want to show you a trick that I've done for those that have done FPP quite a bit. So this is my piece of fabric that's going to cover the whole of the vase. So I would use a good couple of pins for this one. You've just got to make sure that it's... I've only got this up in the air so I can see with the lights. You really want to make sure it's 1/4 of an inch over the widest part of the vase.
Right.
There. So that's why I had it up in the air checking. So what you can do is do a little cheat with this one, because obviously now we would usually go, well, you still do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
But the top ones, they're completely separate from each other here. So what you could actually do is 2 and 8 at the same time. and then you could do 3 and 9.
Yeah.
Because there's nowhere they're going to meet.
Ah.
Okay,
do
so
both sides.
Yeah, as you go. So I've cut the fabric here, and I've got it laid up in the correct order, like both of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't do this on many FPP things because as you get later into the numbers, something could go across them all.
Right.
But because these are completely separate and they don't meet up at the top, it's fine. So what I was doing to make life quicker, which you don't have to do, but what I was doing was I was folding on the first line that I'm going to sew, trimming that off, and then the exact same on the opposite side and trimming that off. So this is for those of you, because I'm always doing like beginner. This is a little trick that you could are you okay there?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just what are you doing? Just a bit of exercise. So this
Got to keep everything moving, Jen.
is for someone who has done some FPP before. It's a tip for those that are a bit more advanced. I wouldn't suggest doing this if it's your first one because you might get lost. But then what I was doing is I would take the top one from one pile, place it on here and check that it's in the right position. Take it over to my machine. Again, always starting a couple of lines before and finishing a couple of lines after. See, I've tricked myself there, and because it was the right way up, I thought I'd just covered 1.2, but I've actually done the opposite, the 8 one.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So that's fine.
But it doesn't matter.
No,
because
it doesn't,
it's
because it's
symmetrical.
exactly. So now what I'm going to do is, before I've even pressed that open, I'm going to do the other one.
Yeah.
Again, remember, guys, you can only do this if the pattern allows, and it is, I will say, few and far between.
Yeah.
You'll find an FPP one that you can get away with this.
Yeah.
So
But
then,
it's beneficial because it sort of speeds up the process
well,
a little bit.
it does, because then, look, I can just do 2 pressings now instead of 1. I've got my presser in my hand. I mean, if you're not... I did this purely because I was in a rush. But there we go. So that's the base of the vase. You can see it making, like shaping up really quickly. So now what you want to do is fold between 2 and 3.
Ah, I see where this is going.
And then trim off that excess fabric.
So you've sewn 2, so you can trim 2. So I guess it's almost like a kind of factory production method.
It is. It really is.
For FPP.
And you can only do it on the vase base.
Yeah.
And you could do it on all three of the vase bases. There we go. So I've now trimmed 2 bits off either side. So I'm going to get my next piece of fabric that's on top of my line. Check that I've placed it correctly. Hold or pin it in place. I forgot to say that before. You can always pin these pieces in place. Check I've got that right. And then again, sew along that line. Also, remember, you don't backstitch.
No.
Because if you do, you're going to tear the paper way too much. People sometimes say, do you backstitch at the front? Which is a perfectly reasonable question to ask. No. That's why you do those 2 extra stitches. And you're using such tiny stitches that they're not going to come apart. But because you start a few before and a few after, you're crossing your stitches over, so they won't come undone. There we go. So I've just lined up the next 2.
You always teach us something new, though, Jenny. Every time you come, an extra little tip, an extra little technique, or an explanation. It all makes sense.
I surprised myself.
Me too.
With the making sense situation. There we go. So then those are another 2 pieces added.
Yeah.
And as you can see, where the white meets the vase, that's just shaped the vase a little bit more.
Yeah, it's giving that illusion of a curved edge
Yeah.
without sewing. I mean, when you look on the actual quilt, it's very striking how curved those vases look without actually sewing any curved seams at all.
Exactly. So you can just carry that on all the way up to the top. And when you've trimmed off the excess there, it is just a case of that top piece I made at the start, right sides together on top,
boom,
like that, and then you've got one. Then you're just going to add your borders.
Love it. Really love it.
It is a really fun one. Like you said, the big old prints.
Yeah.
Just looks so
perfect.
Good.
Well, I think a lot of customers have bought the pattern with fabric stashes in mind.
I reckon.
Because I'm just wondering, would a 10-inch charm square, layer cake square, be big enough to make a vase?
I'm just going to measure that. Well, let me do it on that one because it's easier because I can do it on the back. So we're looking at 7 inches.
Oh, yes.
And then 2 and a bit.
Yes.
Might just, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not as wide, so you can always cut down the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you make a few, and then once you've experienced, you can cut your pieces of fabric very slightly smaller.
Oh, yeah,
sometimes,
definitely. You can.
So, yeah, you could do it with a 10-inch charm square.
Oh, that would be good, because sometimes you buy layer cakes and you're like, brilliant, now what shall I do with it?
I love it, but what will I do with it?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You buy it because you love it so much that you can't leave it behind,
Yeah.
but then you have no idea what you want to do with it.
It's often
Because they
those
all
ones
match.
you don't want to cut up.
Yeah, and get some solids to mix in with them.
Gorgeous.
So-
Vase pattern on its own. Oh, sorry. It's my anniversary. I can get things wrong. £9.99 for the FPP vase quilt. 3 different blocks, one beautiful quilt. But think about the cushions, the runners, all the different things you can do with this. It is lush, beautiful, very clever, very clever. And just that little bit beyond total beginner, which I really like because it's nice to move your skills on.
Yeah, without being stressed about it.
Exactly. Yeah, beautiful. £9.99 for the physical pattern. Now remember, if you want to jump straight to the sewing, we've got a pack of pre-printed foundations that will make 20 complete vases.
Yep, it will. Yeah.
No instructions, so you will need to buy the instructions with this, but you can get the pre-printed foundations, enough to make 20 blocks for £12.99. And I think if you want to jump straight to it, this is a great option.
Yeah.
Now, if you want digital instructions, we've got those too for the foundation paper pieced vase quilt. Now, of course, you could buy the digital download of the vase quilt, start prepping all of your fabrics, get this on order as well, and by the time this arrives, you'll have cut out all your fabrics ready. So you could still get...
Yeah, that's true, because you don't have to print out a digital download, do you? So if you haven't got a printer for this one, if you're going to get those, you can just read it off your screen.
Yeah, exactly. £9.99 for digital instructions. We also had the abstract flower cushion. Very beautiful. Love this. Really pretty. Looks amazing in floral prints, but I think we were all bowled over by the solids.
Yeah, so cute.
Looks so good. You could do this with your own side. Get the pattern, get some cotton solids from our website. If you want to make anything more than a cushion, you'll need more fabric, so get ½ meters.
Oh, yeah.
2 greens, 3 colours for your rows, and away you go. Paper foundations, pre-printed. Enough to make the roses for 1 cushion, £7.99. And then if you want a digital download of the pattern, you can do that. And then print off your own pattern, leave it on the screen. If you don't have a printer, then you could get the digital download patterns, but buy the physical printed foundations, and then you can put the two together. £9.99 for the digital download. Jenny, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It has. It's been so much fun.
Gorgeous. Thank you.
Aww.
Thanks for celebrating my 4-year anniversary.
It's my pleasure. I was excited when I found out. I was like, yes.
And thank you so much for designing special projects as well. Really appreciate that. Gorgeous. Safe journey home.
Thank you very much.
When are you back?
Yeah, October.
Okay. Next month.
No, September. What are we? End of August.
Well, it's September tomorrow, but...
End of September.
Gorgeous. Can't wait. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got an hour of Brother Sewing Machines. Just to let you know, there is one VQ4 left up for grabs. Use the break because if we talk about it, it'll be gone.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Really, really good to have your company today. Thank you for sharing my 4th anniversary with me and another lovely Sunday on Sewing Street. Now, tomorrow is just as exciting as the weekend. I hope you'll stick around for that too. But we haven't finished. We've got one last hour on Sewing Street, and it's a fabulous hour of brother sewing machines and embroidery machines. Now, I just need to say, very, very well done. Both of you who've checked out on your VQ4s. You've got the last 2 VQ4s in the company. Amazing machine, amazing deal today. So well done, and thank you for checking out your baskets. What we are going to focus on in this hour is, I think, our biggest hero machine at Sewing Street. It's the Brother FS250. Now, let's get the graphics up for you so that I can keep an eye on our stocks, because we only do the Brother FS250 from time to time, and it is our hero machine, in my opinion, because it offers, thank you, Michael, pound for pound, feature for feature. I think this offers the best value of any machine we sell on Sewing Street, because it's incredible. And today is a brilliant day to get it, because we're going to do a massive price crash. It should be £799, but actually, if you go onto the Brother website, it's £849. £399. This is our offer price. This is our deal price on the Brother FS250. Whenever we have the machine in a show, we drop that price to £399. But any other day, you'd have to pay £799 for it. But as I say, if you go to the Brother website, it's £849. And actually, when you look at all the features, it's an £849 machine. Let's talk through what you're getting. It's incredible. Now, this is a special edition of the FS250. There have been a few incarnations over the years. The last one that we had was called the FE, and that stood for Fashion Edition. And it came with things like a rolled hem foot and a gathering foot, and it was very much geared up towards dressmakers. Now, Brother wanted to put together a new edition and call it the Maker's Edition. And they asked me, what feet should we include, apart from the regular feet that you get in the box, with the FS250 to make it a Maker's Edition? And I said, gosh, can I say? And they said, sure. And I said, okay then, well, every single maker, you don't have to be a quilter. You can be a quilter, you can be a home decor enthusiast, you can make soft furnishings, you could be a dressmaker. But every sewer wants a walking foot. And nobody wants to have to spend 40, 50, £100 plus on a walking foot. Can we have that? And they said, yes. So you get your walking foot included. Secondly, I said, oh, there's the big reveal. Thanks, Dan. Keep it there now. Then I said, I'll speed this up. Then I said, can we have a darning foot for free motion quilting? They said, yes. Then I said, can we have a non-stick foot for bag makers so they can use things like vinyl, pleather, PU, oilcloth? They said, yes. And then I said, for the dressmakers, this is really special, could we have a concealed or invisible zipper foot? Because that's the real specialist foot you need if you're a dressmaker. And they said, yes. So you get all those 4 feet included for no extra money. Now, they also made a mistake, and they left 2 other feet in the box from the Fashion Edition, the rolled hem foot and the adjustable sliding zipper and piping foot, which we don't have images of, but you get those as well. So you actually get 6 extra feet included in the box for no extra money at all. Now, within your Maker's Edition, you also get an extension table. Now, normally you'd pay about £40 to £50 for the extension table. That's included with your Brother FS250. Again, no extra money at all. This increases your working area Lots of you putting this in your baskets now. It increases your work area, and this is helping you to not fight gravity, because gravity is not our friend when we're sewing. We want our project to be as supported as possible. Sorry, I'm going to move that there. To support our project as much as possible, and the bigger the working area, the easier your quilting, your piecing, your gathering, your dressmaking is going to be. So this is a real boon. My extension table lives on my machine. The only time it comes off is when I need the free arm exposed. So what's a free arm? Lots of machines are flatbed. They don't have this feature. Why do we need a free arm? And that's what this is, okay? If we're putting a sleeve or a cuff onto a sleeve, if we're sewing an armhole, if we're sewing, maybe turning a hem on a pair of trousers, if we're making a bag and we're sewing the final bit around the top, we need that free arm. We've got it. While we're here, let me show you something else, which is fabulous. See this at the back? This drops our feed dogs. The teeth that take the fabric through can be dropped away. Now you're in control. Free motion quilting and free motion applique, embroidery, all possible. When you push the button back to re-engage the feed dogs, nothing happens until you take the first stitch. And then as you take the first stitch, there they are, they pop back up again. Keep your eyes on them. They drop away, and then when you re-engage them, nothing happens until you take the first stitch and they pop back up again. All right? So never feel like you've broken your machine. Why isn't it feeding? Check if you've been free motion quilting. Okay, now we've also got spool pin at the top, easy, fast winding of bobbin, easy and fast threading of your machine. And does it have a needle threader? Of course it does. And the needle threader on the FS250 is the easiest and for me the most reliable, is so easy to use needle threader on the market. The only thing better than this is that push button on the VQ4. That's £3,600. This is £399. And actually in between, I think sometimes the needle threaders can get more complicated and less easy to use. This, super easy, super reliable. I've never struggled with it. So, a terrific machine. Great setup. Let's talk about the stitches that you get included. I'm going to turn the machine around. This is such a clever bit of design. So normally you have a card or you get the manual out to look at the stitches. You've got a flip chart fixed to your machine. You can't lose that. You'll never misplace that. You've got 250 stitches to play with on this machine for £399. It's wild. You've got all of your utility stitches and your dressmaking stitches first. Things like heirloom stitches, beautiful effects that you can add to delicate linens and table linens as well. You've got 8 different automatic one-step buttonholes. These are quite important stitches for a lot of us. These ones with P and Q next to them are for patchwork and quilting. You've got things like your 1/4 inch seam allowance to the right or left. You've got a mock hand quilting stitch there. You've got zigzag, good for applique. You've also got blanket stitch to the left and right, and even a little quilting motif, like almost vermicelli quilting. Lots of decorative stitches there. Then we go into the second part. Next stitches, we've got loads of different decorative satin stitches. So satin stitch is often just thought of as a kind of a single straight rectangular bead, but we've got triangular beads, arcs, ellipses, we've got checkerboards, all in satin stitch. And we've got ones which are reversed. You've got ones that you can use on the edge of fabric and then trim back to create a scalloped edge. That's fancy. And then the last set of stitches down here are all decorative and useful stitches that have been mirror imaged. Excuse me. So if you've ever wanted to maybe draw a line, this could be to embellish, maybe on a shoulder strap or a cushion or quilting even, to draw a straight line and then have mirror images of the same decorative stitches down either side. Think about stitching on braids. Beautiful. Good question from Caroline. Hi all, happy anniversary Stuart, thank you. What's the difference between the Brothers Makers Edition and the Fashion Edition, please? Brilliant question, Caroline. The machine, all the stitches, did I mention 3 alphabets and numbers as well? That's on top of 250 stitches, by the way. All of that, same on the Fashion Edition or the Makers Edition. The difference, okay, so on the Fashion Edition, you've got things like a gathering foot and a pin tuck foot. You've got the sliding piping foot. And you got, they were dressmaking feet, specialist for dressmakers, quite specialist, I would say. Things like a pin tuck foot is very niche use. For me, the Makers Edition is such a brilliant machine for everybody, because with this one, you get the walking foot included. Now, Dan, yeah. Now, you didn't get the walking foot with the Fashion Edition. It was £40 extra to buy one. You get the walking foot. Everyone needs a walking foot. You got the darning foot. You never got that with the Makers Edition or any other special edition. You got that. That's £17.49 for that. You get the non-stick foot for sewing those kind of tricky fabrics like oilcloth, PU, vinyl, typically things that are kind of sticky and would create problems with tension and stitch length, homeware, bag making in particular. And then that last one really is something for dressmakers and home decor, because to put an invisible or concealed zip, and they're a special kind of zip, into clothing and home decor, you really do need a specialist foot, and no machine comes with an invisible or concealed zipper foot. But I used to get asked all the time, can I buy a concealed zipper foot for this machine? So when Brother asked me what feet should we put with this, I thought, gosh, if I'm allowed one extra foot, I'm going to get something for the dressmakers, the thing I'm always asked for. And I thought, I'll be cheeky, can I have it? And they said yes. So that's why you've got that. But they left 2 of the feet that you got with the Fashion Edition in the box, and that was the rolled hem foot and the sliding zipper and piping foot. Fran says, completely agree, the FS250 is a great machine for new users or old. Totally agree, Fran. Totally agree. And whether you're a beginner or an experienced advanced sewer, what's lovely about the FS250 is you get all those stitches, 8 different button, all the kind of things you expect on your perhaps £1,500, £2,000, £3,000 machine, but in something that's compact, something that's really affordable, and you can take it to workshops and classes too. Joanna from Carefilly says, hi Stuart, congrats on the anniversary, thank you. I have the FS250 FE, and it's a fabulous machine, highly recommend to everyone. Thanks, Joanna. It is the same machine, different decal. This is a special decal actually for Brother and Sewing Street, those colours, beautiful. The foot package is very specific to the Makers Edition, that walking foot, darning foot, non-stick and concealed zipper foot. But don't forget the 2 they left in by mistake. Now you also get an extension table as well. You can drop the feed dogs and you can use it with or without the foot pedal. So you get your foot pedal, nice, easy to use foot pedal. But if you take this out and disengage, just by literally unplugging it, you can now use the start-stop button. So this grey button here with the arrow, this is your start-stop button. Now, if you see above it, you've got the the speed regulator. This is useful in 2 different ways. If you've got the foot pedal plugged in and engaged, you can use that speed controller as a speed limiter. So if you've got it on full speed, your foot pedal is still going to control the speed, and the further down you press, the faster it'll go. However, I know a lot of sewers, I find it difficult sometimes to slowly increase to a nice comfortable speed and then hold it there, okay? It's much easier just to put your foot flat to the floor. That's much more comfortable, but it means that you're sewing at top speed all the time, which isn't necessarily good for your accuracy. But what you can do is you can turn that speed down to, say, mid-speed. Now, this means that you can still go really slowly if you just press a little bit, but if you put your foot flat to the floor, your machine will not go any higher than the maximum speed you've set it to. So if you set it, if you're doing some real intricate sewing and you set it to slow, even with your foot to the floor, it's only going to sew really slowly. Now, if you unplug the foot pedal, you can now use this as your speed controller. So what I recommend to everybody, if you're sewing pedal free, I would set your speed at a medium speed maximum. Because in order to go from I'm working, I'm sewing, I know I'm the wrong side of the machine. I'm sewing, I don't sew like this. All right, but you're sewing, okay. But then in order to stop machine, you've got to go hands from here to hand here. I don't want to be going at full speed and taking my hands off my work at full speed. I want it medium speed max. For a lot of applications, I'll slow it down even more. But if I'm kind of on the home run and I'm doing like a really long straight bit of sewing, then I might, just as I'm sewing, you can knock it up to full speed or a bit faster and sew your long straight line. And then as you become more confident, you can still keep sewing and you can reduce your speed a little bit and then press your button to stop. So it can be used in different ways, really, to customize the machine to make it work for you. Now, you get a 3-year warranty. Now that's pretty exceptional. 1 year mandatory, it's the law. All electricals have to have a 1 year warranty. 2 years, I think, is always a good sign from any electrical. If it's got a warranty for 2 years, I feel even more confident. 3 years is just showing off. That is from a company who know that their machine is sturdy, strong, reliable and stands the test of time. And if you're going to invest £399 in a machine, why not get one that's got 250 stitches, all the feet and the extra feet that you might ever want to buy, and a hardcover and an extension table and a 3-year warranty. I did mention there a hard case. This is almost unheard of these days. It's almost unheard of because they're expensive to produce. You know, back in the day, of course, all machines came with a hard case. The dust cover was really reserved for the absolute most basic, most affordable machines on the market. They would come with a dust cover, and that was literally just to kind of keep it clean. But what's happened over the years with even really expensive and real top-end machines is that they tend to come with a fabric cover, and they have a frame within them, but they are still fabric. It's really unusual to get a hard case like this. I don't want to call it an old-fashioned, but I am going to say old-fashioned because there's nothing wrong with old-fashioned. So often it's just a mark of quality. I'm going to turn it around so you can see that your carry handle is still exposed. It doesn't go right to the bottom, it's not meant to. It's meant to protect all of the important bits up top. Now, while we're here, I'll just show you there is polystyrene inside. Don't remove that, it's not packaging. That is the stuff that, as well as the hard case, is going to protect all the intricate stuff on the top of your machine. So it sits there and you can move it around. I have this machine, says L. from County Durham. You are being mysterious. And I bought it from Sewing Street. It's brilliant, and I would recommend it to anyone. It sews clothes and quilts beautifully. Thank you so much for that. It's a great endorsement. Almost 100% of the time when I'm guesting on Sewing Street, I always ask for the Brother FS250 for two reasons. One reason is I want a machine I can just jump on. Although I've used lots of the other machines, I don't want a machine that I have to think about. It is so straightforward, intuitive, easy to use. It's nice and relaxed. We're live television, and as used to it as I am, I still don't want to have to fuss and faff and finagle a machine. I like a machine that I can just jump onto. This is that machine. But secondly, I also sort of want to put my sewing, and when I'm working, I want to put that sort of where my mouth is. So I often say to you, this is a great machine. You can jump on, you can do all the things you want to do on your more sophisticated 2,000, 3,000 plus pounds machine. And I think, well, then I should do what I'm doing on this machine to show you can sew accurately, you can sew beautifully, you can do all of the things that you want to do and still get that machine for £399. So they're the two reasons why I almost always use it. Now, occasionally I'll spoil myself. There might be something in particular, or we might have one or two VQ4s, and I'll say, oh, I use that, because it's a really special machine. But for the vast majority of us, £399 for our machine, if we can get everything we need, including all the essential feet and all the special feet we might wish for £399, it feels rude not to, doesn't it? When Brother have done that. Got a question? Yeah? Love questions. Stuart, I have the FS250 purchased this year. I love it. You just mentioned a setting for the 1/4 inch. Where is that, please? Oh, suits, one of my favourites. Right, so you don't get a 1/4 inch patchwork foot with your Brother FS250 because you do not need it, okay? You've got your regular foot, what we call the zigzag foot, the sort of standard utility foot that's on the machine. You leave that on, and then if you come across this side to my stitch selector, and stitch number 46. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Stitch number 46. Stitch number 46 right there. P for patchwork. That is your 1/4 inch with your J foot, which is your utility or zigzag foot on. Now, if you have the N foot on, stitch number 46 will not give you a 1/4 inch because the end foot is slightly wider. So you must make sure. Now, how would you know? Well, when you pick stitch 46, in your LED display up here, it tells you J foot. It reminds you, put the J foot on. But if you don't put the J foot on, it won't tell you that you haven't put the J foot on. So just a little check, you'll remember, and it will give you a beautiful 1/4 inch. Now, it's also useful because, when we sew across to make half square triangles, we sew on the diagonal 1/4 inch away from a marked line. If you've got a 1/4 inch foot, especially one that has a guard or a lip along one side, you will know it does not sit, that is not designed to sit on top of fabric and go across it. It's meant to sit next to a raw edge, a cut edge of fabric. So if you're trying to do those half square triangles with a 1/4 inch foot with a lip, it's not quite so good. That's where J foot, perfect. There's no lip along the side. It can't bend, it can't distort, it won't change over time. So actually using the J foot and your 1/4 inch foot, your 1/4 inch stitch rather, is a much more reliable and accurate way of getting your 1/4 inch. Another question. Good morning. How much does this machine weigh, please? 7.84 kilograms, so under 8. Now, it's got finger grips here. I would always recommend that you also support the machine from underneath if you can. It's belt and braces. You can carry it around like this if you want to, but I think if you use both hands, spread the weight, and it's more secure. This is your precious machine. Now, let's show you the price comparison. This is Brother. Now, quite often if I'm buying something, I'll go to the manufacturer's website because I think I'll get the best deal. Actually, if you went to Brother, you'd pay £849 for the FS250 Makers Edition. Don't do that. Don't do that. Equally, I'd rather you didn't buy this machine tomorrow or at a minute past midnight tonight, because if we have any left, it'll be £799. And even though you've got everything you want in a machine, all the feet, all the stitches, 250 of them, 3 alphabet, I'd rather you paid £399 than £799. I just would. And I think so would you. Don't forget you get that extension table as well. I'm going to recommend 2 things that you might want to add in. Francis, good grief, I've had mine a few years and I've never seen or noticed the letter by the stitch. The machine keeps teaching and helping. Yeah, what, the little P in the Q? It's good, isn't it? It's great. Hi, Stuart. I have the Brother 130. Is stitch number 46 the same on there? Thanks. I've had it ages and never knew that. Jane. Ooh, don't know. I don't know on the 130. I think the 130 has got a 1/4 inch stitch, and if it has, then it probably will be 40. It'll say P next to it. Have a look on the manual. Have a look on the manual. Oh, sure. He ain't heavy. He's my brother, Carolyn. See what you did there. This little machine packs a big punch. My daughter-in-law adopted my spare one. Best ever. Yes, yes. That's the thing. It is fab. These are brilliant machines for your only sole machine at home. If you've got a sewing space, great. If you haven't and your sewing space is a movable feast, brilliant again, because while it's being stored, you've got that hard case, you've got that security. But also, this might be your workshop machine, your club machine, you're taking along to sit and sew machine or retreats. The machine that you're happy to carry out and about, that you can manage physically, that's protected, but that also has all the features that you want and need, but in a machine that you can get for £399. So it really is a lot of things to a lot of people, and it is the machine that I almost always jump onto here at Sewing Street, because I know it will always give me a great 1/4 inch, reliability, the walking foot's right there, the darning foot, I don't have to hunt, they're all included. Even to get an extension table, it's brill. Now, loads of you with this in your basket, I do just want to remind you to check out, because at midnight tonight, the price will go back up. We don't have this on at $399 all the time. Yeah, every time we have it on air, it's $399. But if we don't have it on air, it's $799. So just keep that in mind. I don't want you to miss out, especially on that fantastic price. Now, there are 2 things that I want to recommend. One thing definitely, you must get yourself a pack of extra bobbins. And these are Brother branded bobbins. And although I'm reasonably fond of generic own brand, you know, supermarket brand, lots of things, there are some things I don't ever compromise on, okay? And machine bobbins are number 1. Brother bobbins are not the same size and depth as Elna bobbins or Singer bobbins or Bonina bobbins, even though they might look quite similar. And I know that there are what are called universal bobbins available on the market. We don't sell them. There's no such thing as a universal bobbin. You must use Brother bobbins in a Brother machine. So if you've got a second machine and you're worried about getting them muddled up, get yourself a bit of nail polish or a bit of paint or something and just put a tiny dot on your brother bobbins to show that they are for brother only or something like that, or a little bit of Sharpie pen, a little dot, something like that. But I would get them, and then you've got another entry into the prize draw if you get them today. Also, 1 P&P all day, regardless of how many times you check out. Remember, you could buy a brother sewing machine and get entered into a prize draw and then win another brother sewing machine. I don't think that would be a bad thing. You can't have too many brothers. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to put that to the test. Some of you might disagree. But that's a great shop to win today. I'll announce both winners for Saturday and Sunday tomorrow. So definitely bobbins. If you've got a brother embroidery machine, if you've got a VQ4, if you've got an NV1100, an FS 130, 210, 180, 250, these all fit. Grab them. Carolyn says, I can honestly say I never thought bobbins made a difference, but they do. And did you know this there's a little bee on the bobbin to show brother. Carolyn, I did not know that. You have just blown my mind. I did not know that. I'm going to have a look when I can find my glasses. That's brilliant. I write capital B with a permanent pen on bobbin. Yes, exactly that. I wouldn't be, I mean, I'm going to find them. I'm going to find it. But yeah, a little bit of Sharpie pen, permanent marker, something like that, a little dot, a little B, something like that. Don't mix them up, because actually brother bobbins are a little shallower than other bobbins, and it does make a difference. It won't feed in the same way. You know, you might be able to fit a bobbin in the same space. That doesn't mean it fits. So get rid of those universal bobbins. Really. Really, really. Okay, so that's one thing, and I almost, hands on hips, insist that you get the extra bobbins. And while we've got them in stock, if you've got a brother, grab some extras. I'll just show you them one more time. There they are. There they are. And actually, these ones come with a special, I'm going to turn it around and show you. There's a special little clip that you put on the bobbin. Now, when the bobbin's wound, when you put this clip on, it won't unravel and cause a horrible knotty mess. You can also clip them together so all of your bobbins are in the same spot. So find one and you'll find them all. That's clever too. So that's good. Right, the other thing, which is super, super clever and useful, is this, which is a brother side cutter foot. Now, every time we have these in stock, they sell out. And I demonstrate these quite regularly, and they always sell out. This is amazing. This will fit any of your FS 130, 210, 180, 250, VQ4, NV1100. No machines come with them included. So your machine didn't come with one, guaranteed, okay? But these will fit any of your brother machines. And what this does is all you have to do is take off the foot, leave the ankle in place. I'm reminding myself of that because I usually take it off by mistake. So you just drop that foot. They're all just clip-on feet. Okay, that comes off. And then the cutter foot goes on. Okay. And what it does, you can use it with a straight stitch or a zigzag. But mostly you're going to use it with these stitches here, which are your overcasting stitches. Now, with a regular zigzag foot, you're going to use these stitches to neaten raw edges. That's particularly useful in dressmaking, of course, where something isn't lined. They do a decent job of neatening the edge, but you're always going to have some stragglers, some loose threads, some whiskers to trim off. And quite often what can happen is that the edge of the fabric will wrinkle and roll as you're stitching. Now, you do get, actually, with your Brother FS250, an overcasting foot, which has like a little pin that holds the edge of the fabric down, which helps to minimise that rolling. However, we can do so much better than that. We could spend £400, £500, £600, £1,000 on an overlocker, which will cut and neaten the edge in one function. But guess what? The side cutter foot does just that. So when this is on the machine, there's a little blade, and every single stitch that you take, the blade goes up and down, excuse me, and it cuts through the fabric just before the stitches go over the edge. And if that sounds like an overlocker, it should, because that's what an overlocker does. Now, an overlocker will use 4 threads or 3 to create the stitches, and your sewing machine has got 2 threads. So it's not exactly the same, but it's as near as you can get for $39.99. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant foot. I'll show you again. If you want to see a demo of this, do we know when I was last up? Can you actually, while we're there, you can kind of see. So you see where that little screw is? That's holding on the blade. 10th of August, I'll have demoed it. Whenever we have the side cutter foot on with me, I'm not going to demo it today because we've got lots of other things to do, but 10th of August, the 7th of July, 23rd of May. These are all the times we've had it on and sold out. 30th of August last year, 24, 16th of August last year as well. So if you want to see a demo of it in action, you'll see. But you can use it, as I say, with a straight stitch, you can use it with a zigzag, but you can also use it with all the overcasting stitches as well. And then you really do get as close to an overlocked edge as you can possibly get without investing in an overlocker. You don't have to learn a whole new way to thread a machine. It's just your top and bobbin thread as normal. Your stitches are there. It's just an extra $39.99. It's really well worth investing in. And as I say, the feet on the Brother FS250 are very, very easy. I am working on this back to front, but they do just snap on. I might just spin this around just so that I don't look clumsy and clunky. There we go. And it just clips on. Yeah, drops off and clips on. I automatically, when I put the foot on, even though I put it on with it down like this, I automatically lift the presser foot, because if I didn't connect it properly, but only sort of thought I had, I'm not going to start sewing, because if I lift that up, look, it's not attached. So get into the habit of when you put a new foot on, automatically lift your presser foot up. It's a great machine. I think pound for pound, feature for feature, it's the best machine we have on Sewing Street. For the money that you pay for this machine, you get more for every pound, I think. It's a terrific machine, it really is. And it continuously is rated as hero machines from customers. And I think that's where it really matters. A lot of our guests love the FS250 as well, because they literally can jump on and use it. Was that a message I missed? Sorry. Oh, no. Okay, cool. But I do absolutely strongly recommend you get yourself some extra bobbins. Half the remaining stock now, by the way, is in baskets. This means we're in real danger of selling out today. A nice message. I have an older FS250 machine. I have the MS and I beg your pardon. I have MS, I beg your pardon, and use the stop-start button to control the machine, and it's terrific. Patricia, absolutely. I'm so glad that there's a feature on your FS250 that means you can carry on and enjoy your sewing. One of my very best friends, Maxine, uses a wheelchair. And I remember many, many years ago, when I first started really seriously getting into sewing, she really wanted to do some sewing too. There was no start-stop button on the machine. It was a foot pedal or nothing, which was not accessible for her. And so she used to, I mean, you know, where there's a will, there's a way, isn't there, often? She would have the pedal on the table and she would use one hand to control it. But then that meant she only had the one hand then to sew with. As soon as that start-stop button was kind of invented and utilised on machines, it took out the need for one-handed sewing and meant that she could really enjoy sewing. So I think that's terrific. I'm happy for you. Brother are constantly innovating, but what they do better, I think, than anyone else is they make it so easy to understand and so easy to use. I think Becky yesterday called it the interface. So the sort of the relationship between you as the user and the machine is an easy one. There's good communication. It's easy to understand. And I think that's important too, because I'm not into technology. I don't like technology. I love technology actually, but I don't want to have to understand it. I want to jump on and just enjoy. I want all the cleverness without having to understand the cleverness. Does that make sense? And so that's what I love about Brother, because I don't have to read the manual intensively. I don't need to understand computers or anything technical. But if you do, I mean, the sky's the limit, isn't it? With technology, it can do so much more than the basics. But the basics are more than enough for me, thanks. 250 different stitches, 3 alphabets, numbers, punctuation. Now, you may have noticed that the quilt behind me has changed again. I'll pop this machine to one side for now. We've got my curvy log cabin, my thick and thin log cabin. So it's a really nice opportunity to have a slightly closer look. So this is one of 4 patterns within my brand new We Love Quilting mega pattern. It's We Love Quilting Volume 2 log cabin quilts. And in the pattern you get a classic log cabin, a curvy thick and thin log cabin, a Manx log cabin and a fresh pineapple log cabin quilt. Let me just show you this one. There's your pineapple. Here's the Manx, totally different technique. And the classic, I show you how to piece one block. It's jelly roll friendly. And then I give you 8 different settings to use just 16 blocks to make a 76-inch square quilt with a couple of borders around the outside. That'll keep you going. Get you out of mischief. How many of this pattern have we got in baskets, Hannah? Okay, we're oversubscribed on what we've got left. There's about 40 of you going to miss out. I would urge you to check out your baskets on the pattern. It's volume 2. You don't need volume 1 in order to use volume 2. It's totally different. Lots and lots of transferable skills. It's all about log cabins. But let's talk about this, curvy, thick and thin. So what I want you to notice is, first of all, the scale. So we've gone slightly smaller scale on the units. The centre square is a wee one. It's a little postage stamp, okay, which I love. Some log cabins have big centre squares, and if you wanted to, you could increase the size of the centre square and then start your logs from here. Easy enough to do. But what I want you to notice is that all of the dark logs, the purples and the pinks, are thinner strips. And then all of the light strips are thicker, fatter logs. And the combination of thin and thick logs creates, I'll show you here with my finger, this curved line instead of a straight line right across the middle. It also has the effect of off-centering the square. So when we talk about the centre square of a log cabin, it normally is properly in the centre, which is somewhere about here. The centre of the block's actually about here. You can see the centre square is travelled over because of those thinner logs. When you look at the whole quilt, what you get is this gentle curving line here. Now you can really emphasize this with quilting. So you could draw an arc that goes very slightly into your dark and then stitch that, quilt that, and then maybe every half an inch extend those arcs. Now you could even do circles that you quilt, concentric circles that you quilt, same through the outer, and that will really accentuate the curved nature. Think about doing, I want to do this, I thought about this morning, think about doing this in those gorgeous green Moda fabrics that we had earlier on, or green scraps. This is such a scrap-friendly pattern for Christmas. Reds and greens in your border, and then it could be big chunky red buttons, it could be fabric covered buttons, it could even be, you could make three-dimensional holly leaves and buttons stitched together on a safety pin even, or a brooch pin that you can then pin at different points, maybe even a detachable bow. And then at Christmas, or on the run-up to Christmas, you can pin those things on, Christmassy it up. The rest of the year, take them off. It's a gorgeous green log cabin quilt. So you can make these things work in lots and lots of different ways. Heavily oversubscribed now on this pattern. This is the launch day. It's the brand new volume 2 of We Love Quilting, and it's log cabin quilts. Now, I very specifically called the first one We Love Scrappy Quilting. I wanted to really emphasize the skills that are involved in scrap quilting, but I just want to say that this one could be totally scrappy. This would be another way to use up your scraps. But let's talk about volume 1. Let's talk about volume 1. So the way I've written these We Love Quilting editions, they all have pages of know-how, maybe interesting stories or a bit of history. What is the scrap quilt? How much fabric will I need? I think it's a great tip. I'm going to say it. I think it's a great tip. How much fabric do I need if they're scraps? If you've got a pattern that says you need 20 fat quarters to make the quilt, what if you want to substitute scraps? Does it mean you need fat quarter size scraps? No, it absolutely doesn't. But how would you know how much fabric? So I actually give you the weights of fabric, so that you can say, if it says 20 fat quarters, that equates to this many meters of fabric, which on average weighs this much. So get your scraps to weigh this much, and you will have that equivalent of scraps. However, because they're maybe odd sizes and shapes, and you may have to, not all of your scraps may be big enough to use, I then give you an extra amount to add on so that you'll have enough fabric. That's ever so useful. How to work with colour, how to put together a colour scheme, how to sort your scraps, how to make your scraps beautiful again so that you want to use them. And do you know what I mean by that? Because I bet you, if you're anything like me, your scraps are shoved in a box, a drawer, a carrier bag, a bin bag, under the bed, you name it. They don't look beautiful. They don't look appealing. No one goes shopping in a black bin bag. But those fabrics once were ironed and fresh and beautiful and on a bolt, and we fell in love with them and wanted them. You'll see it in a whole new light. I'll tell you how to re-beautify. The glow up is the scrap glow up. Then you get 3 full patterns. Beginner friendly sticks and stones, also good for using a jelly roll. Bold braids quilt, totally different, not blocks, making linear strips this time. And then radiant circles quilt. This has the illusions of curves again, with no curved piecing. A beginner, a confident beginner, and an intermediate pattern all in one, with all those extra tips, tricks, ideas, and know-how for $11.99. That's volume 1. This is volume 2. I'm going to build your encyclopedia over a period of time. Make sure you grab volume 2 of this is Log Cabin Quilts 4 patterns, remember. I've just bought volume 2 to go with my volume 1, says Samantha. I already have this. Will help again with my mantra of using my stash up this year. Now, Samantha, I'm with you and I'm not with you. Let me explain. I saw a great quote the other day. It was like, why would you tell a quilter to use up their stash? No one ever tells a stamp collector to send their stamps out on letters. Don't use your collection. I get it. Don't ever use it all up though, because you'll say, I just need a little bit of this, and you won't have it. Now let's just talk quickly about the Brother FS250. It's our hero machine. It's my hero. 250 stitches, 3 alphabets. You can program up to 50 elements into the memory. So you can stitch labels and, clothing labels, things like that, personalise, projects. These are all the standard feet you get with it. You get all these standard feet, but you also get a walking foot, a darning foot, a concealed zipper foot, and a non-stick foot. You get your extension table, you get your hard case, and you could pay £849 if you go to the Brother website. Don't do that. Let's talk about the menu for tomorrow. I'm excited because at 8 a.m. it is Tilda Merry Little Christmas launch. It is the first time Tilda have ever done a specific Christmas fabric range, and it is gorgeous. It is sensational. At 9:30, we've got Quilting Antics Autumnal Patterns with Anthea Venn. At 10:30, we're launching the Crochet Cats Joseph Bear with Barbara Donovan. And at 12, more Quilting Antics Christmas Patterns. Don't go anywhere. Hobby Maker are up next.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.